Da, da, da. Hi, everybody. Hi. It's us. We're back. You know, you thought you were going to escape, but you can't escape us. We're back. Like
we're
a
here
bad
for-
penny.
I don't know where I thought you were going with that.
There's an evil version of Emerus's Apprentice.
Yes, there is.
Good to know.
And it's
Is
called,
she
and it's
our Penny?
Emerus's Apprentice. But anyway,
And it's just
just Penny.
Brain was there for a second.
It's just Penny dressed up in goth, and she's like, now I'm evil.
Oh, it's Penny if Penny went through Pandora and Bay's combined closet.
There you go.
Oh, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Electric Circus. We are very glad to have you in attendance. This is Dinner and a Game, and we will be playing Tales from the Loop, which is a game loosely based on the concepts of Stranger Things. Actually, it's really strongly based on Stranger Things. X-Files and Scooby-Doo.
The Goonies.
The
Well,
Goonies.
I would argue that Stranger Things is more based on this because Tales from the Loop has like a painting series and a book came out prior to.
Ooh. Did the brothers steal it?
No,
Didn't
I
they,
mean I
though?
wouldn't say they would steal it, but
Okay,
at
I
the
feel
same time, like
Stranger
this
Things
is like
would
kind of
be-
a normal like concept with kids.
I know Stranger Things was in the writing and like attempted to be bought process for 5 or 6 years before it came out. I watched a thing over it a while back. It's actually really interesting. No one wanted it for a
No
long
one
time.
wanted it. That's
Yeah.
sad.
Oh, so a lot of people missed out on one of the largest television series of all time.
Well, yeah, but when you think about it, all these things are usually huge risks.
Oh, yeah.
Like you know, the Duffer Brothers' ideas was a huge risk and everything like that. Everything that's blown up, Critical Role. You know, the only reason
The
that Critical
biggest risk.
the only reason that Critical Role blew up is because Felicia Day is a RPG junkie. That's it. And she was like, "We're gonna put an RPG on our channel," and she was just trying to find someone to put up there, and they happened to be in the right place at the right time. And Ashley had just mentioned to her, like, 2 weeks before she was starting to look for it, that she was in an D&D game. And
If I remember correctly from our interview on Between the Sheets, it was that someone asked Ashley, "Aren't you in like a D&D game?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's me and some other voice actors." And apparently it had been going around for a little bit that there was this group of some of them playing and no one knew who was in it. And yeah, that's apparently how it got out. She was like, "Yeah, I play with Matt and Marisha." And she was like, "Get them in contact with me."
Yep,
I have an idea.
yep. I still,
That's really
I,
cute.
No.
I still
What's
remember
really cute is
because what?
Ray. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say what's really cute is that Ashley loved Pike so much that Pike is mentioned in Blind Spot
Mm-hmm.
twice,
Yep.
And the mug for
and the mug.
well,
Yep.
the mug is in there too.
Yeah.
Pike is mentioned in there. The mug is mentioned in there. She constantly refers to D&D and stuff and everything like that.
Yep.
So yeah.
Patterson, my love.
I haven't watched that entire show yet. I've gotten through the first 2 or 3 seasons. I need to finish it off though.
It's good, but like
I know it,
Like
it has
in-
some troublesome characters in it.
yeah, but like any show that is about a U.S. Police-styled agency, there's some definite propaganda in there.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, big time. But hey, it's got Ashley Johnson, so we do our best to support as much as we can.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I'm
so
still trying to figure out how or where to spend my XP.
Oh, did we get more XP?
no, she
Yeah.
just never spent. She
Oh.
her block is maxed out, but she never spent it.
Oh,
So,
Yeah, people who are here, where do I need it, y'all?
well, this looks like it's the end of this story.
It is.
So,
I'm pot shotting birds. Y'all are in the basement.
How do
So
we gain it?
I'm bonding with the father-in-law.
Yes, you are.
So am I.
I'm trying to secure to get
Oh,
that,
God,
that
you're
wedding
right.
cake paid for.
So am I.
Okay, so empathy. Got it.
Most of us are just Nepo babies. That's what we are.
Yes, yes, we're
what
not
would,
babies.
I just need to
been
bump up
using
arm and
body,
heart.
yeah.
Got it.
we've been using body force for shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if your force can use a little more, you might go that direction. Because-
I can. Okay, I can put it up to 3 at highest, which is
Total of
Oh.
8. If you have a 5 body, it's total of 8.
I
The
do
Death Hunter
have.
skills could technically go up to 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
My body is at 5 and my heart's at 5.
So they can't go any higher.
Yeah, those 2 are highest. Force is at 3. My move is at 2.
Either
So
the
I
move
guess
or
shove
the
it in your
force.
move.
Yeah, the move might be the best
Shove
one.
it in your move.
All right, groovy.
Alright.
And I'm done with my XP. Thank y'all.
No problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tales from the Loop is made by. Oh my God, they were literally just in my head until I started to name them.
Really Gaming.
Which is a wonderful.
Using the
gaming
Year
company.
Zero engine.
Mhm.
Yep.
These people
Yes.
support me so much, you guys. They know that my ADHD is strong. So,
Because our HP is just as strong.
Well, we have to loop all these people together
I know.
to back
Look,
you
look,
up,
look.
baby.
Eventually, we make a full brain cell.
I know. It takes 7 people to finish my sentences. So,
It does. I do it the other 365.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, and the Year Zero engine is kind of similar to Monster of the Week or the Powered by the Apocalypse engine. The main differences are it has a lot more D6s because it is a trait and a skill based, which creates a dice pool. And the only success is a 6, and you get a number of successes to complete something. The other thing about the Year Zero engine is that since it has more skills available, you can kind of more customize your character to you. It has a little bit in common with Cortex because every character gets a signature item that can be used as long as you can explain in the scene why your item would give you benefits. You get to add those dice in. And so, Dice Goblin back at high-low. So as long as you manage to get an actual good storyline reason for why your item would help you, then you get to add those extra dice into your dice pool. So all that is what makes the Year Zero engine kind of a really fun engine to play, because and also has a combination with Powered by the Apocalypse is you gain experience points, and once you get an experience point level up to a certain amount, I think it's 5 in this game, when you get 5 XP,
Yeah.
then you actually get to do bump ups to stats or traits, or skills or traits. Like your signature item never gets bumped up because it just gives a flat number of dice. But I think you can collect more than one signature item, can't you?
Only one signature item to begin
No,
with.
only one
To begin
signature.
with, though.
I think that's only one.
You can give us a second one. I will gladly.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
want to give
like-
us a second
yeah,
one, I'm
yeah,
going to
yeah.
say no.
Robbie,
Yeah.
your other signature item is a pipe bomb.
No.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's Songbird.
No, that's Songbird.
Aww.
Songbird's item is the pipe bomb. 'Cause
Yeah,
it-
Songbird
you
is
know.
the pipe bomb.
No, but
I only
yeah.
made like 2.5 war crimes out of a janitor's closet. It's fine.
2.5 war crimes.
Well, not 2.5.
Oh,
It's
thank
fine.
you so
I
much
made
for the
a-
subscription.
No, it's
Boo.
only 2.5 because you knocked off half of war crime by helping the list side characters get together.
Oh, and thank you for
Oh,
the
no,
subscription,
I was
Dice
only
Dice
counting-
Goblin Black Cat.
I was only counting the half because of the drug concoction that she had given you.
Okay, fair.
I'll give you that.
Warfare.
It's just like, I only count that one as half because it did serve an actual purpose.
It serves an actual purpose.
It still may have almost accidentally stopped your heart, but it did serve a purpose.
Who's had
Yeah.
the biggest dice pool so far?
Robbie.
Robbie.
I think I did.
Somebody was rolling like 10 dice, weren't they?
Someone was
Yeah,
rolling an
I was
obnoxious
rolling
number.
10 dice for one.
Listen,
That's
I had
the highest
to-
I've had is
I did a charm roll,
yeah.
and
the
I've got 5 and 5 for
Yeah.
those. So,
Maxed out charm roll. You
Yeah.
should have. What's your signature item?
my leather jacket that I have on.
Yep.
You should have used your leather jacket too, so you gone to 12 dice.
Yeah. Whereas
Fair.
I've had the worst rolls.
Yeah, that's why you're in a wheelchair with your leg in a cast.
Excuse me, it's a leather vest. Very
That's a leather vest.
Yeah. Speaking
Yeah.
of, since
There's
I'm always wearing
mini campaign.
my Larry Bird jersey under my shirt, can that also count towards my dice pool?
It depends.
Larry
You,
Bird
like I
jersey
said, you
is
narratively
my-
have to explain why the signature item can lend to the dice pool.
Because it's a badass Larry Bird jersey.
Because it's a badass Larry Bird jersey.
I would like
My
everyone to
Larry
know
Bird.
the max number of dice we can have for a pool is 10 based on stats alone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you know how I had a problem where my character sheet disappeared and I had to rewrite everything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Kurt Walker.
I just found the original before adding any of my XP and looked at the XP differences. My force should have been 10. I should have been having 10 dice for each of these force rolls for the past like 3 games.
Yeah, but you've been rolling like stupid good on.
I know you've been averaging like 2 successes on every roll, and I think
No, I'm pretty
only,
sure they've been averaging 3.
no, because I was gonna say because a couple of times you got 4 and 5 successes. I think you even got 6 successes, which
I
is
did on one of-
absolutely
With a lend a
ridiculous.
hand. With a lender
Yeah,
hand.
yeah,
I did
lend a hand.
6.
Oh,
I got
speaking
two
of
lend
that,
hands on my driving. Yeah.
speaking of that, if you follow us, you will get channel points on Twitch. If you get channel points on Twitch, you can use them to help our player characters in situations by spending those points to give them extra dice, to give them boosts to their dice rolls, etc., etc. You may also spend your channel points to help the NPCs if you choose to. This is a free and equitable system, so yes, you may screw over the players any way you want to. If anyone on this panel owes you money, you may come in here and you may beat them down.
I was gonna say, I mean,
agree,
minus the
motherfucker.
owing money part, Liz can attest I've done that to them during the Wednesday game.
Oh yeah. Hydrate.
When you do the rolls.
Oh, Kel, that was you.
Yep.
So anyway, the other
I was
thing
just gonna
is,
say the
if you're
point.
new to the channel and you don't have any bits built up yet, or sorry, any channel points built up yet, Dagger Dollars, you can actually use bits in place of Dagger Dollars. When you do that, choose the bits alert that matches the item you wanted to do with Dagger Dollars. Like if you're going to save that one in particular, choose to save that one in particular bits alert. It will play the alert on screen on the channel, so we'll know you're using it. And you will be able to do the same thing as was done with channel points. That also counts if you run out of channel points. So, all that being said, let's go ahead and say hi to these amazing, lovely people and see how they're doing and who they're playing this incredible evening. Hi, lovely people.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Hi.
Hi.
I love how everyone's like looking down at their phones and shit.
Excuse me,
My
I'm organizing
Posting
my
in
notes.
servers, thank you.
Well, don't bother to look in freaking Discord servers.
We're broken.
They're all broken. Let's go
They
ahead and
Huh?
Mine are
They're
fine.
working for me.
well, they may have fixed them. Kel, we'll start with you tonight because we tried to start with you last game and you were your headphone was dead.
No, you tried to end with me last game and my headset died.
Yep, true. But anyway, so Kel, how are you doing tonight? How was
You
dinner?
gonna get me when I was eating a Kit
Yeah.
Kat.
Oh, yeah.
You bastard.
I was a waiter all through college, man. It is not even a skill anymore; it's a supernatural ability.
Pretty much.
It is. That motherfucker will ask me a question right as soon as I put a big ass bite of. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's how waitstaff gets away with not giving you anything. We only
Pretty
ask
much.
you if you need something when your mouth is full.
That's why
Right
I
away.
grab you.
And then
Yeah,
the moment
Chris.
you don't say anything, we run.
Right.
Pretty much. But yeah, I've been doing okay. Just retail, holidays, you know, because
Poor thing.
It's almost over. It's almost over. You'll be good. You'll survive.
Don't
Yeah,
forget
but,
the new year.
That's not a big retail thing, though.
It
No,
depends on if you get returns.
Yeah,
Technically,
returns.
retail season whenever I was working retail
Mhm.
would last until Valentine's Day.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, our holiday return policy is January 13th, but traffic is going to die down after the week of Christmas. It usually
Yeah.
like it's not like I'm going to be doing like 50 people walking in the door at once.
Yep.
I work
50 or more.
returns at Target.
Yay! Anyway,
Sounds good.
Kel, who are you
Yeah.
going to be playing tonight?
Yeah, but I'm playing Warren Marshall, who is pretty much not able to do jack because I can't roll for shit.
He's
What
in a
is
wheelchair. It
what
happens.
what sheet is Warren Marshall in the system?
It's like, he is the popular kid.
And he is a wonderful, wonderful pincushion for every single injury this game has ever been able to met out. I think you're the only person who's really gotten badly hurt.
Yeah,
Thank
because I was
you for
literally
that. It's for the
away from
team.
being taken out. There's a point where I was one condition away from being taken out of the campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's not the campaign; it's just the scene. And you were fine. You were fine. Nothing really
I fixed
happened.
it.
Fine, everything's fine.
It's fine.
I got- Yeah, yeeted out the back of a van. I had gravel stuck in my skin that was being painfully pulled out.
Yeah.
Did you want to keep it?
No.
That was the other option.
Actually, the option was you could have taken him to a hospital, but that wasn't
I called an
happening.
ambulance.
Eventually, didn't you steal an ambulance?
No.
No.
You didn't give the option for us to steal an ambulance.
You
or
can
that would have
always
totally
steal an
been a thing.
ambulance. That's always a thing. If there's an ambulance, you can steal
No.
it.
We stole the hospital bed. We
We
had
did.
Only briefly.
Yeah, you ditched it in the lobby because you put you in a
Uh-huh.
wheelchair, and then you stole the wheelchair.
well, and then we stole.
We borrowed the wheelchair with the hopeful intent of returning it if we all live.
We also
And
stole.
don't die in a horrible nuclear accident.
We also stole 2 trays worth of Jello.
We
Green
did steal
Jello.
We left the Jello in the car at the police precinct. Damn
We
it!
did.
No,
The ruined Mercedes.
the ruined Mercedes.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure because of how high.
And I am in
Mark,
so
Warren
much trouble at the end of this.
I was like,
Yes,
you left a bunch
you
of
are.
empty Jello containers.
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and go around the loop. Geek Girl Lissa, how are you doing?
Hi. I'm doing okay.
Good, good, good. Who are you going to be playing tonight?
I am going to be playing London Lynx Spets. They go by Lynx. And apparently are having an adorable beginning of a relationship during an apocalypse. Because nothing brings us together like
Apocalypse.
getting potentially killed by birds.
I was going to say, nothing bonds more than trauma, and boy,
Yeah.
do you got some.
Oh yeah.
Is it an apocalypse or a squawkalypse?
Oh, God.
It's definitely a
It's in a
squawkalypse.
squawkalypse.
And a squawkalypse.
It is squawkalypse.
Excellent. So, speaking of squawkalypses, hey, hipster.
What's up?
How are you doing?
I am
How you
Dad
doing?
so excited.
So excited.
So excited. I have been wanting to fight this bird with a knife for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I have a possible opportunity if I can make it narratively make sense. But other than that, I'm pretty good. I went hiking in the woods today. And that was great.
Wonderful.
I made a wonderful dinner for myself. It's a good day.
I was about to stop you because for some reason in my headset I heard the words "I made love" and I was like, "What? No, no, no!"
You think I'm going to tell you all that on here?
You'll tell us in the regular call after.
Once again, if you want that content, please go to our OnlyFans.
I was just about to go for that list. You beat me to it.
That's our dinner and a game after dark show, guys. Come on.
We do literally have an OnlyFans channel.
Only
Do we actually?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a dinner and a game OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I just haven't ever put anything on it. So, but remember, we were thinking about doing the more adult-oriented RP games on there.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, but we just
Yep.
never really launched it. So, so it kind of just is floundering in the water right now. But we'll see. We're gonna have a meeting, so we'll see.
I say the OnlyFans just a magic carp just flopping.
A magic carp just flopping around. So I don't know how to transition from magic carp. So hi, Diamond.
Oh, I know. I'm so
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Oh, yeah. Who are
playing
you
Robbie.
playing?
I'm playing Robbie.
Because you know why I
The
did. I did
weirdo.
that in my head. I was thinking all the Robbie stuff, so I actually assumed I had already asked you.
Nope. I'm playing Robbie, the local weirdo, conspiracy theorist, autistic communist who's been having, believe it or not, a real good time.
I know.
aside from the trauma of a man almost dying on him, that one got him.
Yep.
But that's why he hates a bird so much.
He does really hate that fucking
So
bird.
it's motivation, man. It's all motivation.
Excellent. Thank you.
Personal space.
And next we have
Did you
Diamond.
click the link?
Uh-huh. Oh boy. Oh, it's a you. Never mind. I can't do it because it'll come over my speakers. Diamond.
Sorry.
Who are you going to be playing tonight?
I'm going to be playing Cynthia Janice Lakeview, aka Songbird, the resident medic, who apparently knows a little bit too much of what you can do with a janitorial closet. But yeah,
Yeah,
she's
it's
currently outside of the building pot-shotting birds
Yep.
with who might be her future father-in-law being called weird and crazy by mechanics.
Oh,
They will learn to respect her by the end of this.
trust me. I've got something for you. You're not going to be left out of this one.
No.
The last time you told me that,
Mhm.
my character was blind.
I
So-
know, isn't it neat?
Mm.
Ladies and gentlemen, any and all trauma that I inflict on their characters is not in any way indicative of how I feel about these people. I love them all dearly, and I could not do this without them. They are amazing, and they're incredible, and it's not my fault that they have such high thresholds for emotional pain.
I'm pretty
This
sure
is
all the
why-
trauma that you inflict on me is just pure revenge for the brothel.
Iconic.
Dude, the thing about that is I would not have put a brothel in the game if I did not think I could handle it. I didn't know if you guys could handle it. It turns out you guys liked it a lot. So
Oh, that's
I will say, you rolled, and you were the one who said I spent 20 hours in a brothel.
yes, that
You
was
did.
Well, I missed that part.
Just
Yes,
as an
yes,
aside,
we
just
did
as an
level up.
aside, I think Link's and Junie's band, his first album needs to be called Revenge for the Brothel.
Revenge for the brothel.
You don't know why?
It's
You
their
don't know
side
why.
project because we've got two separate bands.
Yes, yes, so it's the side project.
The side project.
There's,
The side
there's
project.
Links and the Minxes, and then Junie. What was your band name again?
Pink Poison.
Pink Poison.
So Links and the Minxes and Pink Poison.
And the
Their
bands are
crossover
arch. The
album.
bands are arch rivals.
Yes.
Arch rivals.
Enemies the lovers.
Enemies to lovers trope, except for the fact that they were not actually arch rivals, and Junie and Lynx are
Yeah, they get
best
along
friends.
fine. They actually are apparently falling in love with one another behind the scenes. So
Trauma bonding, it happens.
Yeah, that's what happened
mean,
in that class.
I would say, yeah. I mean, look at the Firefly campaign. How fast the party bonded after the character's trauma.
After Sparkles.
Not for the whole family.
And finally, we have the
poor Mariana.
and finally, speaking of brothels, we have Miss Liz.
Hey, you know what? I got us to level 17. I'm not going to complain.
You literally slept your way to the top.
Yes.
It's better than stopping at the
Oh.
middle.
Hold on. I'm probably going to whatever version of hell the Celts have for this. But so you bop to the top.
Bob to the top. Oh God.
I not only bopped to the top, she was the top.
And finally, Miss Liz, who are you playing?
I am playing Juniper Juniper Broadmeadow, better known by her stage name of Junie Velvet, because it's the 80s.
Absolutely, it's the 80s. And
Who is the other half of the Falling in Love and the Asquacalypse.
the Squawkalypse. And we also have, of course, the other half of Dinner and a Game, Mrs. Dagshow. Mrs. Dagshow, how are you doing? She's actually checking if she's muted this time.
And so many of you caught what I said.
He's muted this time.
you have the sound on, by the way, baby.
That was me.
Oh, that was you?
That
No
was me.
problem. By the way,
You
Tom
too,
says
baby.
that you're gorgeous.
I know. Thank you.
I think all of you are gorgeous, even when Corey makes that weird ass face he just made.
I don't know what she's talking about.
That's
Anyway,
just my face.
that's just my face. And who are you going to be playing today, Mrs. Dagshow?
I am playing Samantha Stevenson, the jock.
The jock. Excellent.
Yes. I am all about basketball, wearing my lovely Larry Bird jersey underneath my other jersey, because I know how to play the game. You gotta have your luck.
Absolutely.
And when you're doing all these things for Robbie, you need luck.
And Madness Diamond also redeemed another hydrate, so
I make people hydrate on Twitter. It's only fair I make you guys hydrate here.
Asshole.
on Twitter?
Or made me hydrate.
I got what they meant.
I'm gonna have to pee in like 10 seconds. I know it.
Everyone is allowed to go pee when they need to go pee.
Not if they don't have a bathroom token, Ray. Come on.
Oh,
You know the
bathroom-
rules.
oh my god, that was
No,
so
it's not-
fucking
it's not
horrible.
bathroom token, it's a
Oh
bathroom
my
pass.
god. No. There was a whole thing on freaking on a TikTok about some GM who literally gave their players bathroom tokens so they could
You're
only go to the bathroom certain amount of times per game session once. And they couldn't, and if they use their bathroom token up, they couldn't go again.
I
That-
guarantee you I will
Oh.
do again.
If I was playing at his house, I'd go in his chair.
Yep.
I'm in my wheelchair. No. I don't want to
So-
go in my chair.
When
Let's
when we left off last time, the crew was in a very dire situation. The basic situation is we are redoing Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, but this time the birds are actually fairly intelligent and can talk, and they are just trying to make the local nuclear power plant explode. Now, it just so happens that nuclear power plant is used to power something called the Loop, which is basically a Large Hadron Collider. But what it is used for is to access alternate dimensions and realities for which the government and the military will pull technology out in order to enhance their own tech, which leads to a lot of more advanced technology in this universe. Like all the kids have cell phones, even though it's 86?
1986.
It's 1986, and they're not the standard of cell phone from 1986, which was the giant brick that you could beat someone to death with. They're
It's more
li-
akin to like a late 90s cell phone.
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
with a little bit of...
yeah.
You can't text yet, but...
So we have flip phones?
Yeah, we got flip phones.
I was thinking more like the classic Nokia.
You can text
Yeah,
on the
I was
Nokia.
thinking of like the Motorola flip phone that my mom had back in the day.
That too.
Oh, see, I was always
I-
picturing the Nokia 3310.
See, that's what I was
I
thinking
found
too.
my old Nokia the other day, and the charging cord was with it. I plugged it in, and it charged up and turned on. I
fully
am
believe
fucking
that.
terrified of that thing.
Yeah. Mhm.
The nuclear
Nokias are,
apocalypse
like,
will happen,
insane.
and there'll be nothing but roaches and Nokia phones.
Yes,
And the roaches will
And
use
me.
the Nokia phones.
And
probably.
Brahmins. Don't forget the Brahmins.
So what so they were basically, they had worked their way down into the reactor portion of the Large Hadron Collider, mainly because two of the characters have parents, or one of their parents each, are bigwigs on the military base where the loop is contained. That being our lovely new romantic couple, Junie and Lynx, who Junie's father is the actual military commander of the base. And Lynx's father is actually the head research scientist on the Large Hadron Collider. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And so they had made it down into the actual area. They had begun trying to negotiate with a group of pigeons that was in there that was actually in the process of talking to the scientists, and they were negotiating as well. So at the same time, Robbie, who is hell bent on getting vengeance on a certain Osprey, threw up a rather almost horrific, I'd say, insult to the other birds by screaming into the air ducts, which the birds are using to get around. I hope all your eggs rot.
No, I said all of your eggs deserve
To
to
die.
rot.
Deserve to rot. Got it.
That's fucked up.
I think that line.
I'm getting what I want.
Yeah, I think all of us like had our jaws drop on that line.
Yeah. And so now Robbie is hearing a huge amount of wing beats inside the air ducts. And that's where we kind of left you guys off. So before we jump into the area with the actual people down in the reactor, let's jump back outside. Because there is a certain person who is outside trying to defend one of the main entrances to the air ducts, and you have a shotgun, and you have a bunch of people around you, Diamond. But Songbird is standing there with her future father-in-law, and as you're standing there, the bird mass that's flying over your head, it suddenly begins to spin in an even more agitated fashion. And as it spins, you see in all the trees that are a little bit further away, you just see all the trees suddenly shake, and an enormous amount of birds lifts into the air. Like massive numbers. And they fly up and they start joining in the swirl. And as you're standing there, the swirl begins turning around, and a column of birds just comes off the swirl and it starts making straight for the entrance to the tunnel. So what are you doing?
We blocked off the tunnel with the Humvee,
with the
correct?
Humvee. Yep, you backed it up to the tunnel grate.
Okay, cool. I think Songbird at this point is looking to the other adults. Are they having any kind of reaction to this?
They're literally standing there, and their jaws are hanging open, and their eyes are huge. And Robbie's dad's look up and he's like, "Get in the car!" And he turns around.
Okay. And Songbird's gonna run to the Humvee.
Yeah, it's the only. There's another Humvee out there because
she's following him.
Yeah, he's going straight to the Humvee that was parked backed up into the grate. The other guys were a little bit close to the other one, so they're running over to the other one. So you run around and get in the passenger door. Mm-hmm. So he gets in the driver's side door, and he's sitting there in the Humvee, and the birds just come swooping over the hood of the car and everything like that. And they're bouncing off the car, and it's hitting this Humvee so hard that the Humvee's starting to rock on its suspension because it's just getting pelted by tons of birds. Yeah, you see that the windshield starts having blood splatters on it from the birds impacting so hard, and eventually the windows start to crack from all the impacts of the birds, and there's birds piling up on the hood of the car. So his dad, Robbie's dad looks at you and he's like, I don't know what else we can do. He's like, this is the only thing keeping that grate up. If I move this thing, he's like, but we're not going to last very long.
Don't move it.
I mean, we shouldn't move it because, like you said, it's the only thing keeping this grate. But the birds might try to move it. They seem very determined. But at the same time, I feel like this might have something to do with your son. I think he might have pissed them off somehow from a distance. I'm actually kind of impressed. And Songbird is going to... I would like to... I'm assuming he probably now has the upset condition on him.
Yes.
Songbird, just being Songbird, is going to try to empathize with him.
Mm-hmm.
To see if I can, calm him down some way, or at least try to relate to where he is right now, because she's upset. She's upset, and she's kind of there's a lot going on here. Kind of just by myself with these adults, but at the same time, I'd rather be up here than whatever the fuck is down there. So I guess that's a mind empathize.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there another kind of empathize?
2 successes.
2 successes.
Woohoo!
2 successes.
That is more than enough. So are you just trying to temporarily like alleviate the condition for the scene, basically?
I want to clear his head in that moment so then he can think rationally, because I know a little bit about Robbie's dad and what he's been through
Mm-hmm.
through just like Songbird and Robbie being fairly close.
Yep.
So she's probably just heard more so the like what his dad gets like whenever he's agitated
Mm-hmm.
and whenever he's too stressed out. So she's trying to mitigate that to maybe let this adult have a like big brain moment.
Yeah.
Because she's also not familiar with this area and what's around here. And so she wants to try to clear that upset condition for this scene to give him a moment to like think. And she's just going to do this by talking just as she normally does. And she's going to put like her hand on his shoulder
Mm-hmm.
and just start like petting it because she doesn't know this man very well.
I just love the awkward petting.
Yeah, it's like the gift with the broom. Like that's Songbird. That's Songbird's bedside manner. She doesn't know you very well. And so she's basically just trying to like distract him away from like the bullshit of the birds. And I think what she ends up landing on conversation wise is, do you think you want to like walk Robbie down the aisle to like some kind of like heavy metal music, or do you want to have something more like calm? Because I think I'm gonna have to walk with my parents to like Fleetwood Mac, which is fine. But like I like the difference in like tone, because I think that'd be really like punk rock.
Robbie's dad is literally kind of like he's starting to hyperventilate. He's looking around, and then as slowly like the
Robbie is definitely walking down the aisle to a song that Junie and Link performed together.
Yes.
which is going to be basically their cover of Back in Black.
Yeah.
No.
Hell yeah.
Robbie would not be a Back in Black fan. I'm just gonna say it. It's not gonna be one of his songs.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Is it
Okay,
gonna be
so
like-
not that song.
It's going to be something
a
like
cover of a song Robbie would.
Dead Milkman
Why?
or Skinny Puppy or something.
You know what? Let me think on it. I think I might have Robbie's "Walk Down the Aisle" song somewhere in my head.
That's even
I gotta
if these
find it.
fuckers get married. But like, this is where Songbird's at, because she's hoping it like the question will shock him enough of like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. So as he's like desperately looking around trying to figure out what to do, he just slowly, it's like, you see his eyes kind of like come unglazed, and he slowly turns over and looks at you, and he's like, what?
Yeah. I mean, like, I know that traditionally it's just the bride who's gonna get walked down the aisle, but I think Robbie would look nice as the bride too.
It's a metal
They can-
cover of "White Wedding" by Billy Idol.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not
Yeah.
cliche. It's easy to
I
call.
could
but you know
entirely
what?
see them doing this though.
Yes.
Yep.
Like
Hell yeah.
both Lynx and Junie are fucking big Billy Idol fans.
Oh,
No
definitely.
ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
In the 80s, there's not such a thing as someone who's not a Billy Idol fan.
But she's still like petting his arm, like calming him down, and once he's like looking at her, she's gonna start just patting his shoulder a little
Yeah.
bit.
He looks at her. And he looks at you, and suddenly his eyes. He has this look on his face, and he looks at you, and he says, "Robbie would never, ever forgive me if I let anything happen to you."
I mean, if he
And he
also
puts
dies,
the
there's nothing
key-
to forgive.
He puts the key in the ignition, and he starts the truck up. And he says, "But we may have another option." And he puts the car into gear, and he drives off. And you hear, even in the background, you hear the pang of the metal thing falling down, the grate falling down. And he spins the Humvee around, and he starts driving straight for the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, if I can get back to the environmental control center, he says, I know the ductwork. He says, I can hopefully close down enough of the remote ballasts. He's like, and we can block off a good amount of them from getting in.
But now the grate's down, and they can get in while we're driving.
Yeah, but they have to find their way around. They don't know the way around. He's
I
like,
thought there was like a big drop or something because
yeah, but it goes out to every single level, so they have to know exactly where to get out. And I don't care how smart they are, they're still fucking birds.
I mean, that's
This
fair.
makes
It's like
sense.
we've just
Y'all
this
are.
is-
I just
we
want to
only-
be very clear. Y'all are shouting this conversation over Fortunate Son right now.
Yeah.
So
And
Songbird is just gonna let him do what he like. This is her entire plan. Is like that. This is a person who knows like
Yep.
their way around this place probably
and he comes
one way or another.
he comes to a sliding stop right before the stairs going up into the building.
Little shit.
And he gets out of the building and he says we'll have to get down to the 12th level to the environmental systems. And he says but once we're there, I know exactly where I need to go. So he's like, are you good with stairs? Because we're gonna take a lot of them.
Is there a railing?
Yeah.
I'll just slide down the railing.
If you fall down the center, it's like 40 stories.
It's funny you think I would fall, and Songbird is just looking for a stairway, and it's just gone.
He runs in after Songbird, and as she's like looking around, he's like, it's over there. He points to the same direction everyone else went, where there's the elevator bays, and on the left there's a door to go down the stairs. And you can see the big sign over it says stairs.
Are you good with technology like Robbie is?
He's
Can
like-
you hotwire an elevator?
Hotwire an elevator?
Can you hotwire an elevator?
I think they're disabled in this situation, aren't they? You have to have one of those keys.
Songbird walks over the elevator and like pokes the button. Does it
goes
light up?
ding. And he's like, and as you go like this, the door opens up.
Is there birds?
No, there's just an elevator. And he's like,
Door opens up.
the door opens up. But he's like, looks at the elevator and he's like, okay.
It's quicker.
He goes, he runs in the elevator and starts pushing the button for 12.
Oh. She's just following him, and she's like giving suggestions about how like she thinks that like depending on their heritage, then him and Robbie could like wear skirts. They could wear kilts to the wedding because it's like official garb and whatnot. And
I
her
think-
parents be cool with it.
We're Polish.
Polish. I think that by this time, your voice has become this like background thing that's been keeping him slightly distracted, so he doesn't completely lose his shit. And he's just basically your voice is there, and he's going but he's not actually registering anything that's going on.
During this entire thing, Songbird's just like having random conversations and talking about it's like, oh, you know, she wants to take Robbie with her whenever she goes off to med school because she wants to have like a live-in friend to help with like the dishes and stuff, but she's probably gonna try to get him to go to like a tech school if they can find one that he likes. Like, and the plan is to get like, she's basically laying out like the life story of what she thinks might work. And how, like, she's hoping that in med school she'll meet somebody nice that she can introduce to Robbie to see if maybe they're more Robbie's speed. And then, like, if they end up single at 40, then, like, they can just, like, or 30 or 40, because, you know, time is weird. Then they can still get married. And then if they don't, like, want to stay married, then they can just get divorced because she'll be a whole doctor by then. And she'll be supporting Robbie's lifestyle, and they can get divorced and she'll give him good alimony.
It gets down to level 12. Ding, the door opens up. You guys step out of the elevator. He turns around, he grabs you by the shoulders, and he looks you dead in the eyes, and he says, if you don't marry my son, he says, he is an idiot. Now let's go. And he goes running down the hallway.
That's my future husband you're talking about. Only I get to call him an idiot when he tries to die and do stupid things.
He's like, well, let's keep him from dying. He yells over his shoulder. He's running down towards the environmental control room.
Songbird's looking just around. What does this place look like in the hallways?
It's very like clinical, very like, it looks like almost like a hospital a lobby area. As you come out, there's a small like reception desk on this level. The hall goes left and right from the elevator bays, but you can see it goes down like 40 feet, and then it hits another T junction. And those going left and right. You can see Robbie's dad runs down the hallway and turns directly left around the corner. There are doors that are labeled all throughout this. And there's little signs above the doors, and one of them is like PA comms. One of them is on the other side, directly across from it. That one is custodial. And then as you go down and run around the corner, you see Robbie's dad has come down, run down the hallway, and the last door on the right hand side is labeled HVAC environmental.
Mm-hmm.
And so he opens that door and he heads inside of it. And
Songbird will look at custodial and then look back at Robbie's dad and just like peek in the door of the room that he went in.
He goes through. There's an office with 4 desks, and then behind the office there's a glassed-in area, and behind that there's a big control panel, and you can see there's maps on the wall of the entire ventilation system of the thing, and you see Robbie's dad looking. He's tracing the map with his fingers, and he's hitting buttons on the thing, and lights are going from green to red on the map.
She is just like, so what are you doing right now?
He says these are the emergency baffles that go off if there is any type of radiation leak to stop the air from going throughout the building. He says they're airtight. He says, but they only go off if they're either manually used or if they're done with the remote automatic sensors. He says because they're airtight, they seal off the levels, so they're only left with the air on the level.
So does this mean if I want to make another fun toy to make a gas bomb in the ventilation system, you can make sure people don't die, but I can kill birds?
I guess I could block off some other levels, but like I said, it makes them airtight. So they only have a few hours of air left.
Okay.
Depending on how many people are on those levels.
But they die slow. Birds die easy if you just like gas them with something.
He's like, you tell me where I need to close it off, and I will. He's like, but I need to get Robbie's level shut off right now. And you see.
Well, then do that. You do that. Is the janitorial area, like custodial area, like open?
He's like, I don't know. He's like, usually it has this, and he holds up a key card that he used to get into the room. He's like, but my key card, because I am maintenance and everything like that, my key card gets me most anywhere. He says, except for some of the more secure areas. And he kind of just like throws you the key card.
Sounds like a nice card to have on hand.
Thanks, Dad. And she's gonna go run and just like to the custodial area. And
Thanks, Dad.
So, as Songbird, aka War Crimes, goes and finds a new playland, let's cut back to the folks down in the generator and the LHC, LHC control room. So, Robbie, you're yelling, bird eggs must die, but you into the vent, and you, like I said, you hear like the buffering and battering of wings in the vent.
How far off do they sound?
Oh my goodness! Give me a mind comprehend roll.
Okay, let's do this shit. Been waiting for this shit for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. I just realized I'm playing light jazz in the background. I need something better than light jazz.
Yeah, you do. Why do you have light jazz?
Do you like jazz?
No, he doesn't.
You like jazz cigarettes?
Now we have the Burning the World waltz playing.
Two
Two
successes.
successes. All right. Number one, from the sound of it, there's definitely some that are very close, going to be here in a few seconds. But there is, it also sounds like there is a lot in there. So there's probably more coming from farther away. You're just hearing the ones, the strongest sounds you can hear are ones that are probably only like 30 seconds away.
I'm holding a bat.
Gotta say, you're holding a shotgun. All of you have shotguns.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Though I am very close to the vent at the moment, so no one shoot yet. Maybe.
Fine.
You said I've got about 30 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to reach into the duffel bag that I'm still carrying,
Mm-hmm.
look at the two flashbangs, kind of tap on the side of the vent. Good. I'm going to pull both pins, launch them up, and rapidly move away from the vent, and cover my ears and say, "Ears!"
Everyone covers their ears and most people squat down. There is a very solid crump noise as you see, because the vent goes back and goes up into the vent cavity and then goes into the wall.
Yeah.
Right about where the first elbow is, it goes up. You see the vent just blow out all sides, and then you see a bunch of fucking birds just falling out of the vent. And as the birds are falling down, a second crump goes off, and another portion of that vent just implodes, or explodes, I should say. But now there's like a good 10 feet of vent that's missing.
Okay. Which is fine.
And
I
as
mean, they're inside the walls of a building that should, if made properly, have cement. It should be concrete walls everywhere, then plastered. So I don't see them getting out of the walls too easy. But
Nope. But they're still flying in the vent, so.
yeah. But
So-
I gave myself a couple seconds.
Yeah, because whoever's still in that thing, because like also the grate that was on the vent at the end right there, it blows off because of concussive
That's fine.
force coming out of the vent.
That's fine.
But yeah, so but whatever's behind that explosion in the vent up further, it's going to be a while before any of the ones that survived are going to be able to start moving around again.
I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to light a cigarette. I'm going to check the shotgun. Check pockets. Have extra rounds. I'm going to walk back up and go, "Hey,
You want the grenades from my pocket?
you." No, I do not. Not down here. I use that because nothing that I just threw should have hurt anything electronic, and we need that thing to work when this is all done. So
All
no
right.
grenades. No grenades.
Okay.
Hey, you bird-faced bitch. You still alive? And I'm going to step back away from the vent slowly and just aim my gun at the vent.
Aim your gun at the vent.
Just for whatever comes through the vent next. First thing coming through gets shot.
So as you step away from the vent,
I have a new dice roller for this game.
Nice.
That's our new 3D printed dice roller.
Nice.
That's gorgeous.
It's for this game.
Okay. But the as you step back and away, you hear a croaking voice say, we wish to talk."
Who am I speaking to?
I'm trying to think how he would refer to himself. Yeah, old One Eye.
Old One Eye.
Oh, that's helpful.
Are you the high priest?
I am he who knows.
He who knows. Can I call you Odin?
What's an Odin?
I'm gonna guess you're the big raven, right?
Yes.
Big Raven, One
I
Eye.
saw you at the police station.
Okay, I have no beef with you. I want to speak to your leader.
And he says, we wish to discuss finding a way out.
Is the Osprey with you? What do you call them?
What do is Osprey? Which
The
is
big-
Osprey?
The big bird, your leader, I suppose. The one who's so angry about her stupid fucking eggs.
She who kills.
She who kills. Is she who kills with you right now, or are you speaking on her behalf?
I am speaking on behalf of my people. She who kills is obsessed.
So I've noticed. I'm a little obsessed too.
She who
Here's my
kills
offer.
wants to hurt you.
Good. I want to hurt her. here's my offer to you. There are a lot of you.
She who kills is looking for your girl.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Well, woe be unto her if she finds her. Here's my offer. You tell She Who Kills to meet me down here or wherever. I'm fine. Actually, you know what? Main lobby. That's atmospheric. Tell her to meet me in the main lobby of this building. And y'all are going to be able to go free either way. But I want to see what can happen. See who's really the better the better being here. She wants the world of man to end, the time of birds to come. See if she can take on a scrawny 17-year-old human. And if I kill her, when I kill her, I feel like you would have a higher place amongst your people. Maybe you're the wise one who leads them forward into a new world.
Old One Eye says, you hear a fluttering, and he comes out of the vent.
I take my gun off. I set it to the side.
And he lands, and he looks over at the pigeons, and the pigeons are nervously huddled together, and they edge away from him.
I might be aiming.
I kind of wave for everyone to put their guns
And he
down.
says,
I do put my hand behind my back. Very casually, I put my hand behind my back.
He says, those who talk have said that you have a way to move people from place to place, and you could send us somewhere different, somewhere that has no men.
I look towards Lynx's father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He says,
Hey,
Yeah.
Lynx is dad.
Lynx
You have a way to do that?
He says, yes, Felix. He says,
Felix.
Mr. Fett.
I would call him.
Professor-
or Dr. Svets.
I would call him
Doctor.
Felix.
Felix.
Hey, Felix, you have a way to do that, right?
He sighs heavily. He says, it's Dr. Svets.
Okay, Felix.
He says,
Dr.
we were already talking to them and trying to explain that a lot of what happens with accessing other places is random. And the gateways we open sometimes don't stay open very long. He's like, the only thing we could do for them is send them to whatever gate we open up next. There are too many worlds for us to try and say that we can put them exactly where we want them to. We're still not sure how the worlds are accessed or chosen. It's like, all we know is
Okay,
that
but
the
if
ripped
that's a risk
forms.
they're willing to take, then that's on them, right?
He's like, also, if they go to another dimension, another world, and that world is not ready for them, they would be like an invasive species.
One Eye, do you understand what he's saying?
He
Fully
says-
comprehend what he's saying.
he's saying that there is no way to be safe.
Safety is never a guarantee anyway.
Robbie. Tell
Yes.
them they can go to my trees. My trees don't have birds.
I don't think that's what they want. I'm just saying, I don't think that's what they
No,
want.
it's a safe place.
They need a place for themselves that's not here. They've moved beyond what is good for them in our universe.
Yeah.
How about this One Eye? Seeing as She Who Kills is so obsessed with me specifically, and she's the only reason any of you are doing this, correct? The only reason that y'all are going to destroy an entire city of people who did virtually nothing to you. Yes, the actions of man have harmed you and your people? Is that the right word?
Brother?
You and your kind?
A kind.
Kind. Okay, fair. I just want to get this right. Even though mankind is what has harmed you and your kind, the individuals of this city have little to nothing to do with that. Their workers, their families, their kind. You were only doing this for her, correct? So if she was gone,
One eye turns and he turns his one good eye, like turns aside his head and faces his good eye towards you,
I look him directly in his eye.
and he says, "The actions of your kind have made it so that our kind suffers, and our kind are just workers, just normal, doing what they need to do, and yet." We constantly lose fledglings because their shells are soft and they don't survive the birth. Because they're born with birth defects caused by eating things that they should not. She who kills hates you because her past 4 hatchings have failed. She is one of the last of her kind in this area, and then her mate died, and he had all kinds of growths and nodules on him from eating the fish in the lake.
As much as I can both comprehend and respect a desire for vengeance for those who harm those you care about or threaten to harm those you care about, you all seem to have enough sentience, enough sense of self and sense of mind to have approached people who might give a shit.
Does,
Like me and my friends here.
it is worse than that for us. Before we had this mind, we didn't know. We knew nothing of what suffering was. We knew nothing of what loss was. Some of us understood what death was. He says, but in the end, we did not have anything to compare to this knowledge and this knowing. He says, but now that box has been irrevocably opened, and it can't be closed for us. And now we understand that our suffering and our pain and the changes that have been made to the way we live by you were not even done maliciously. They were done because of your arrogance. You don't even regard us as life. We're a byproduct.
I would say that you're reading into the actions of those filled with nothing but greed and desire. That is not all humans. That is not all humans. I, for one, am disgusted, as I believe many of the people in this room are, those few that are in here, and any others who knew what was happening to you and your kind would be disgusted at what has happened by the flagrant disregard for those things around this loop. The technology that you see here has changed our lives forever. And perhaps if people were made more aware, we could make changes so we can pull back on what is happening and it doesn't happen again. I am a child. I am a fledgling to these people, as I'm sure you comprehend. But people like me, people like those of us in this room, maybe we can make a difference, but we can't fix what's happened to you and your kind here who want to leave. My offer is, I believe all of our offer is, that if we can cease this aggression, we can find a place for you to go. They are not perfect at choosing where you end up, but maybe given a little bit of time and a truce, a promise of peace, until we can find you somewhere to go. Perhaps that's the route we take. Perhaps to save both your people and ours, and save this world from the devastation that has already been wrought on your people. Perhaps we find a truce for the time being, stop the violence, stop trying to blow up this monstrosity of technology, and we find you a place to go. But I feel like that's not an option with She Who Kills in the lead, but I do believe it is an option with you at the helm of your people, your kind. My apologies.
Robbie, the crow kind of looks around, or one eye looks around, and he looks at the pigeons, and he looks at Dr. Schwartz, Svets, I'm sorry, and Junie, was your dad in here too, or he was outside, wasn't he?
No,
We
he's
locked him
outside. We locked him back behind the
We
other
just
set of
locked him
doors.
out.
Yeah.
But Judy has a look on her face like, yeah, I don't think my dad's too upset at what happened to the bird.
Yeah. So, sorry. Lynx, your dad kind of looks at Robbie, and he says, "What I was trying to tell them earlier is that we have opened up portals to a lot of worlds." He says, "The reason for that is what my leaders wanted was anything that could enhance our lives. So we ignored a lot of worlds that did not have anything that interested us, worlds that were older and or younger in technology, etc., etc." He says, and we have a catalog of those worlds, but we didn't explore them in any great detail. So we can try and go through that catalog and find one that might be more in line with what they want. And I think what they want is basically somewhere where they're the only real intelligent species.
That's kind of what I figured. Let me be very clear with you, One Eye, and Mr. Schwartz, Felix, I'm so sorry, sir. What is the last name one more time?
That.
One more time?
That.
Svets, okay. Sorry. Dr. Svets, One Eye. Do you believe, One Eye, that if your people were to go to a place where you were the only sentient life, that you would not try to come back? That She Who Kills would not try to come back? I don't believe you would. I think you and your kind would be happy to go and populate your own place, for evolution to take its course, and for you to probably become a new dominant species in that world. And I think you would thrive. But I think She Who Kills would want nothing more than to destroy us on the way out, or to try and find her way back one day. Or, God forbid, start a religion entirely based around coming back here, develop technology, and then eventually come back here to destroy us, however long that would take. It seems like the kind of thing a mad dictator would do.
Old One Eye looks
Sorry
at,
if that was a lot. Sorry if that was a
Old
lot.
One Eye
That's
looks
been
at
my
you
thought
and
process.
he says, I cannot understand all that you said."
Fair.
He says, "But I can say that She Who Kills probably won't go. And there are fledglings back at the nests that are going to grow. And they will still be able to produce new young. And so there will always be some of us here somehow." He says, "But if you understand this above everything else, if She Who Kills stays, they will continue to try and lead those who remain."
That's what I figured.
And
Okay.
one thing we have learned is that whatever they did to us, it makes us live longer.
Good to know. Okay, so we're going to have some super smart talking birds in the area. That we can deal with. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe we can figure out how to allow y'all to integrate into our society. If you and your people would like to leave, the fledglings, of course, will have to stay. They can't make their way through the portal.
They could, they just weren't brought to the battle.
Well, I mean, let's say this, One Eye and Mr. Svets. It'll take you some time to go through the catalog, correct? For you to find a world that might and explore enough to know if it would be good.
If we are given, Dr. Spetz goes, if we are given time, we could actually do something like that. But the other problem with that is we'd have to be given permission.
Well, I feel like Old One Eye here seems, though it will take a moment for them to take the birds seriously, I think you have more than shown that you are capable of harming us. You have numbers able to do us serious harm. And I think that the military side of this complex can respect that to some degree. So, I say we find some sort of mediation, have One Eye meet with, say, the top brass here, along with, I'm guessing, this consort of pigeons that seem to be part of their diplomatic team, is how I'm going to phrase that, and we come to an agreement. That is what I think is the best bet for all of us here.
A pigeon
But I think
flies down out of the vent,
Okay.
and it lands next to Old One Eye.
Mhm.
And in English, it says, they found her.
Where?
And the pigeon, like, startles, looks at you, and looks at One Eye, and One Eye, like,
I
nods
point-
to him.
Okay.
And he
Okay.
says, they are on the floor with the 1-2.
Perfect. I'm going to kill she who kills. I'm going to take care of that now. One Eye, Dr. Schvetz, perhaps you'll have a deeper conversation. Dr. Schvetz, talk to your people. We can work this out and get all of you somewhere that is better for your kind. And you can bring your fledglings with you. You can make yourself a new home. I believe we can work this out. But right now, I'm going to kill an osprey and put its fucking skull in my car. And I immediately leave the room.
Okay. As you,
I do not take the shotgun with me.
as you're
I
leaving,
pick up the shotgun and follow him out.
official shotgun caddy.
Link,
Shaking my head.
Link's what?
Their dad a kiss on the cheek real quick, and then like follows.
As you actually, Link's,
Oh.
make me a mind and comprehend
I
roll.
stick my head back in real fast while you're making that roll.
Mhm.
Is she by herself?
And
She who kills. Is she who kills by herself, or does she have others with her?
the pigeon says they have a flight.
How many is a flight? Roughly.
And the pigeon, in very plain English, says 100.
Dope. Okay.
Dope.
Okay, you said mind comprehend.
Yes. And actually, yeah, go ahead.
I just see myself as Robbie's Samwise Gamgee.
Just
Making-
toting like 3 shotguns.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't kill himself. Madness would kill me.
2, got it. So you
Songbird.
give your dad a peck on the cheek, and your dad is looking pretty. He's looking upset. Like, he was upset before, but he looks kind of like, something's off.
In German, Link asks, "What's wrong?"
He looks in German. He looks like, and he says to you, he's like, "There's no way that they will negotiate with these things or let them leave."
Has Robbie learned any German from Lynx?
Not that much.
No, I think Lynx has taught you how to cuss in German, but that's about it.
And ask where the
Come
bathroom
on.
is.
Yeah, you learn the important words. How to curse.
Lynx responds back, "What do we need to do to stall them long enough that we can get the birds out of here?"
And your dad says, I wasn't joking. We have to go through the database. We've contacted thousands of worlds. Is that we had to go through the entire database and find all the ones that didn't seem to be inhabited. Then we had to go through those and find the ones that were like able to sustain life. We contacted a world that's entire atmosphere was methane.
How long will that take?
A few hours. And then we have to start opening the portal to each one. And each one of those accesses a reactor which they have damaged to give it enough power to open the gate. Each time the reactor powers up, they're notified in frickin' DC. And whenever they're notified in DC, they have the ability to remotely shut down the reactor to prevent unauthorized accesses.
Okay.
We'll get one shot.
I'll talk to Junie.
Hmm?
I will talk to Junie and we will come up with a plan. Because Junie's dad is the one in charge and she's the one most likely to be able to distract him long enough for us to get this shot.
Robbie, as you and Samantha walk into the hallway,
Mm-hmm.
remember there's two sets of doors.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear a weird crackling noise. It's
They're
coming
cutting through.
They're coming
Okay.
through the other side of the doors.
I rapidly, I grab the shotgun from Sam. I rapidly unload all the birdshot and throw in 8 beanbag rounds.
A beanbag round.
Uh-huh. I fill it with beanbag.
Are you gonna beanbag June's dad?
Probably. If he makes it necessary, I'm gonna beanbag that man in the nuts. I'm gonna beanbag his beanbag.
Well,
I-
Junie will never have a little sibling.
Yeah, I was say Junie's gonna be an only child forever.
So you get you start getting all the rounds out, and you put in the beanbag round. Right as you do that, you hear a loud clang, and you hear footsteps rushing in. The second set of doors it's just regular wood doors, so it's not really reinforcing like that. And someone just boots them open. The mag locks. The mag locks at the top of the door stay in place. They don't unhinge, but the doors just break around them.
Well, we didn't lock those doors.
Mm-hmm.
Those doors we just left alone. So
But they're on magnet locks, and so
Yeah, and you
if
need
they
the
don't
key card
buzz,
to get through?
if they don't buzz the cue card on the outdoor, the inner doors don't unlock.
There.
So, and they basically
I'm
just
just gonna.
cut.
As soon as it kicks in, I'm just gonna be like, "That seemed wholly unnecessary. If you had asked, I would have unlocked it for you."
And Junie's dad, Juniper's dad, is in
Junie's
the
dad, I
lead.
will say, could probably not actually kick anything open because she did run over his foot with a wheelchair.
Oh, well, that
With the-
not that bad. His foot hurts, and so he had a subordinate kick in the door. So there's like 5 people on the other side of the door, and they come through. But Junie's dad, who is limping, is coming in first, and he has his service revolver in his hand.
Nice.
And he's first off, he's looking around, and he says, looking through the windows that you see into the chamber, and he says, he sees the birds, and he draws up. He's aiming through the glass, but obviously he knows the glass is bulletproof, so he's not firing. And he's moving around, and he's Robbie. What's your last name again?
Where's my
Words are
last name?
hard.
Is it Verdansky?
Verbotsky.
Verbotsky. And he's like,
Verdobsky. Sorry,
He's like-
Verdobsky.
he's like, he over his shoulder. He says, "Enemy contact," and he looks at you, Robbie, and says, "Verdansky, get the fuck out of my way."
No. You want to kill a 17-year-old in front of your daughter? You want to kill one of her friends? Because that's what you're gonna have to do.
He turns his eyes away from the target, but his gun's still pointed at the bird, and he says, "I don't have to kill you. Number 1, and number 2, I will kneecap a 17-year-old brat in front of my daughter."
Ooh, God, Robbie's a fucking moron. He is gonna step directly in front of his gun and press his chest against the revolver and put the shotgun to his knee.
To the general's knee.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna make a move roll for that.
Yeah, you make a move roll for that.
Because it needs to be smooth and it needs to be fast. So I'm gonna make a move roll for that. I'm just
I
gonna
feel like this is the point where Judy is wheeling Warren out.
Yep.
You see Robbie pointing a gun at your dad, or dad pointing a gun at Robbie.
And she just she like pushes Warren forward a little bit more, puts her hands on her hips. Daddy!
You remember?
My friend right now.
Why do I have a feeling that
you
when
got
you push,
a lend a hand.
Why do I have a feeling when you push my
Did I?
wheelchair, I probably
I
just
don't
went down
need it. It's
those
fine.
small
Unless someone
There's no
else
stairs.
gives me, unless I get 2 Linda hands, it's not going to be beneficial. But
I'll do it.
I am hoping that. Oh no, I'm fine. It's just going to make it even that much more ridiculous.
Exactly. That's why I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh crap! He's on cooldown. Fuck.
Yeah, I put cooldowns on everything.
Good.
Never mind.
If y'all would like to look at the Discord server real quick,
You can override cooldowns with bits, though.
Oh my god.
if
Someone.
y'all would,
There's children in my life who have Christmas and a birthday at the same time.
if y'all give it just a moment and take a look at Discord real quick,
I
y'all
see
can
that.
see.
Yes, I see
God.
that.
Are you really going to
Fucking-
do that to her, Dad? That's
I'm not shooting. I'm
Yeah.
simply stepping in the way and pressing the shotgun like to his
Oh.
kneecap and pushing it back slightly.
Oh,
Wait, how many is that?
That's
four.
4. If y'all give me 2, if y'all were to give me 2 Linda hands, I'd have 5.
Oh my
Then-
god.
I must say, a beanbag at that range, I'll probably just
Are
shatter
you
it.
sure
in
those
the
I
dice
will.
aren't loaded
It
at this
will.
point?
I promise you they're not. I have in fact not succeeded 4 times in the game. 4
Jeez.
times I have
out
I'm
not.
of,
not
like,
to
what,
ban
30
those
rolls?
dice.
Well, look, I'm not using them for The Walking Dead.
Oh,
So
we've
there's
got
that.
we've got a hydrate and a posture check to go along with Robbie's insane amount of successes.
So yeah, I step in front of him. I press his pistol against my chest and put the shotgun against his knee. I'm not afraid to kneecap an old man.
He looks over your shoulder at Juniper, and he raises one eyebrow,
She just raises one back.
and he's got that look on his face that you've seen him take with his troops when he is about to rip someone a new one. And he's looking at you, and he says, "Juniper Broadmeadow,
Real quick,
get
with that
this young man out of my face."
with that many successes,
Mm-hmm.
could I tack on a force roll and try to butt check him across the jaw to knock him out? I know he has subordinates behind him. I'm fine with that. I've got to get to floor 12. Before I do that, I'll gladly get out of your face, sir. And I'll even give you this shotgun, and I will walk out of this room right now. As long as you do not kill those birds in there. They're trying to figure it out.
Daddy, we
I will
need to
get-
talk. Robbie needs to get somewhere else. And Daddy, we need to talk.
I remove the shotgun from his kneecap, and I even, in fact, put the shotgun on the ground.
He's like, "Clear these children."
As long as
Uh,
you get me out of this room, I'm fine.
Yeah, they're actually, yeah, some of the men break off, and they were like, they like gesture for you guys to move further down the hallway out the doors.
Junie's
Taking
not
up
moving.
the Osprey.
As soon as I am outside of like arm's reach of these guys, I am sprinting.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah.
They're moving you out, but there's only the 5 of them with the general, so they're not like assigning anyone to guard you. They're just getting you the fuck out of the room.
Oh, I'm just running. I'm
Okay.
just running and making sure that if like it doesn't look like I'm. Basically, if they assume I'm doing something, I want to make sure they can't just grab me as I run, kind of thing.
Yeah, they. To be honest, they do not seem to care once they get you out of the room. They're
Oh,
all
no,
looking
yeah.
back at the general and looking in through the glass at the birds in the other
Lynx
room.
is standing right behind Judy. Like, the supportive partner That is how Lynx is positioned.
And that means that Warren's stuck there too.
No,
it's
Judy pushed him forward.
Warren's just sitting in the wheelchair looking uncomfortable.
One of the subordinates probably took Warren because Judy like pushed him forward.
Yeah.
When she like put her hand on her hip. So one of the subordinates is probably wheeling him out.
Oh yeah.
I
Just
still
grab
have the duffel bag. I still have the duffel bag, and I am sprinting. Sam, come on.
Oh, I've been on your 6 this whole time. Songbird would kill me if I wasn't.
Sam still has 2 shotguns, and she's all running with 2 shotguns.
Hand me one of those, and I just reach back and blindly grab it from her, and I sprint through the large door and directly to the. I see the elevator.
Yep.
I see the stairs. I see the elevator. I see the stairs. I hop in the elevator. It's 18 floors. I wouldn't. I might not be winded when I got there, just because Robbie's in ridiculously good shape, but I would not have fun getting up there. So
Warren,
I
are you following them? Because you can push yourself in your wheelchair now.
I mean,
You're definitely conscious enough to operate your wheelchair.
yeah. No, I was gonna say because if they're going up 2 floors, I mean, I'm kind of stuck unless the elevator will let me get up there.
That's where they're headed.
Although they said they took the stairs, I misheard.
no, absolutely not. No.
No.
Okay.
One
Oh,
thing
yeah, no,
you
yeah,
quickly
yeah.
discover, Warren, is you can go really fucking fast.
Yes, you can.
a couple of good
Drift.
shoves, and you're moving. Like they're running, and you're keeping up with them, and it's really not a bunch of effort.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say, yeah, I'm definitely gonna fall on the elevator then.
All right. And so
He
Juniper
just Tokyo drifts into the elevator.
Just
No, actually-
rolls like 180.
Actually, can I roll to attempt that?
yeah, sure. Give me
'Cause I
a.
haven't rolled in all
Oh
this game.
my God.
Really,
All
I'm
right.
getting hurt, so.
No. Here we go. Here's the
I'm
Linda
so
hand.
sorry for this. I'm so sorry for this, Kels.
Warren,
Give me
you
a-
know, Linda
Give me a body move roll.
All I want is for you
Oh,
to fail,
bodies,
and I know that's so mean.
Shut up, dude. Shut up.
No.
Slams into the doors.
Poor Warren has suffered so much in this
Shit, I got
adventure.
my dice. I gotta get my dice out of here. I forgot to pack them up when I went to my parents so I could play Magic.
We
Oh,
want
that's
Truly a misadventure on Warren's part.
Warren to get one awesome thing this whole adventure.
It's just
Right.
drifting into an elevator.
Tokyo drifting
Yeah.
into an elevator.
It's just cool
Oh,
points. It's literally just cool points. But we want him to get this
I do
because this
sincerely.
poor man.
Oh, I gotta
deserve
pull out all my D20s from this.
Like, have you
No.
passed any of your tests?
No.
You have Linda hand though. Hold on, let me see what I can do.
No, wait, no, I've made like one roll where I've succeeded.
There we go.
All right, you said body move,
Yeah.
Yes.
so 5. That's 8 dice.
Yes.
Damn it.
Orange cat.
It's blacked out for me.
Okay.
It's on cooldown.
Fucker.
And Linda Hand has an extra dice, right?
No,
Yeah.
it's
Plus
It's a
one.
+1.
It's
a
a
plus
success.
a +1.
Even
Any
with
dice.
one Linda Hand, it's only 1 success.
One success is all you need to get
all you
to,
need.
to
Yeah.
accomplish
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I was thinking I rolled 1 6. I had
Yeah.
1,
Do
2,
not
3
look-
fours.
Do not look at
Three
It's not
threes
hipsters.
as
and
cool as
two.
it could have been, but it's still cool.
I was like, do not look at hipsters' rolls as any type of reality.
Oh, no.
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 For those of you who have not played the game, you only need a single success. A second success is better, and you get a little extra on there. I want to say 3 or more, though, is like you dictate exactly what happens.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I just apparently
Which-
D6 systems are where I
Actually,
thrive.
I just realized in the 2 systems we ran where a player could dictate the scene depending on his number of successes. Corey's the only one who's done it both times so far.
No shit. That is some unfairness.
Apparently,
Yeah.
D20 systems are just where I suck. I'm apparently good. I'm better
Whereas
at
I
rolling
suck
other
at both.
systems.
Well, I suck at both as a player. As a DM, I roll really well.
So you succeed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, got the 1 succeed or the
So-
1 success.
So basically, Warren, you guys, the elevator board bings open. You guys get in the elevator, and as the doors are closing, Warren just like skids around, literally slides sideways, and then fires himself into the elevator to where the doors like hit his wheels, bounce back open, and Warren like slides to a stop, and his broken leg is like that far from the back of the elevator. He's like that far away.
That definitely.
Holy
was
fucking
cool.
shitballs, that was cool, Warren.
You might want to stay in there. That's way cooler than how you run.
Well, especially
He
now with
doesn't run.
the busted leg. That was cool as hell. I reach in the duffel bag and I hand him a pistol. If you're moving like that, you're ready to kill some fucking birds, my guy.
Fuck yeah.
I pull out a cigarette. I offer him one. You want a cigarette? Robbie
saying
is
no.
thoroughly impressed.
He's saying no to the cigarette.
I'll take that.
I hand you one. I hand me one.
Give me a
I
light.
reach over. I light yours for you,
Flask.
and we slowly hear the sounds of.
Barry Manilow.
I was thinking. I was
I was gonna say
thinking.
White
Who's the
Wedding, Billy
who's the
Idol.
flute player? Who's the flute player?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Kenny G.
Oh no,
He's
that's-
saxophone.
Saxophone.
Yeah, he's
Saxophone.
He's
Kenny,
back.
the dulcet sounds of Kenny G just playing as like these completely fucked up, blood and scratch covered teenagers wielding guns and knives are being brought up 18 levels rather slowly.
I know it's not Kenny G, but now all I'm picturing in my head is you guys going up, and it's just fucking Careless Whisper.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. It's just an instrumental
Yeah.
cover of Careless Whisper. Yes.
Actually, what's popping in my head just because been on TikTok a lot is that the bit with Squirtle wearing the Common glasses with the saxophone.
Oh
I
God.
never experienced
I
that.
think that this is too early for that, though. I feel
It
like
is.
I
because
know,
that's
but it's
from
just- Oh, I know,
fucking,
like time wise, that
Euro-
music's too
Euro
early. It's no
Simpsons.
Pokemon. That's what pops in my head personally.
It's
As
the
it
dude from The
does-
Simpsons.
As it hits the chorus, Robbie does start mouthing the words to Careless Whisper as it hits the chorus. He's just bobbing a little bit.
I just love
I
Robbie
covered
sitting there
his
mouthing the
mouth.
words of Careless Whisper.
He does the whole little eyes closed thing for a moment.
Now we know Robbie's going to closet.
It is.
Oh,
I told Ray a long time ago that one of Robbie's like little secrets is that he loves music like that. He and like ABBA and shit. He loves metal music, but he loves shit like ABBA.
I'm gonna totally tell Songbird what you're jamming out to, man.
Songbird already knows.
Songbird already knows. She got
And
it.
she's
She got
okay with
it.
that?
She got him the CD for Christmas.
Hey, I mean,
I have
maybe
I have-
Songbird's a reason.
I have a first pressing of an ABBA record somewhere in my collection.
All right. So
Okay.
Your metal card has been taken. Dude,
Shut up.
No
Everyone
way.
loves ABBA.
everyone loves ABBA. They are wholly and completely the bestesses. All right. So, so you guys are headed up in the elevator. Meantime, Songbird, you
well,
are.
they're headed up the elevator. Judy and
Oh yeah,
Lee
I know.
are
You two
about
are
to
still back
confront-
there. Songbird, you are headed to the janitorial closet.
Swipe.
You swipe. The door just buzzes open, and as the door buzzes open, you open the door to paradise. As the door swings open, and you see industrial strength solvents, cleansers. You literally see different things like boric acid, floor strippers.
so many.
Lovely. I would like to roll a mind comprehend.
Okay.
Coincidentally, floor stripper was one of her mom's summer jobs.
What?
Come again?
I said coincidentally, floor stripper was one of her mom's summer jobs.
Coverage.
One of her mom's summer jobs.
Oh, summer jobs. Oh God.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm about to say which character's mom.
Yes.
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 Anyways, what are you rolling?
I would like to roll a mind comprehend to make the most noxious gas component I can.
Are you looking for
Raise a
lethality, or are you just looking for like burning eyes, blah blah blah?
Because I know what worked with the police station that had a accelerant to it using flames.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for something that will just like the sheer amount in this closet is probably astronomical because this is a military base that needs to be cleaned and sanitized constantly. I'm assuming the floors are also probably linoleum or tile or like concrete of some sort.
Mm-hmm. They're basically they're linoleum probably over concrete.
Yeah. And so I'm assuming that all of the air ducts are also metal.
Yes, they're tin, but yeah.
Yeah. So Songbird is looking for something that can be spread out in a large area to then create a gas reaction. And then something that can then be aerosolized if it is put into an air vent and then circulated. So mind comprehend. Probably.
Go ahead and make mind comprehend then,
Probably.
because that's way beyond my knowledge of common chemicals.
And I gave you a lend a hand. Because bombs need to happen. Do tell.
Give me a second.
How many?
Are you putting a picture into the chat too?
I am in fact. Because I'm still upset, so I removed the dice from my pool, so I was only rolling 5 dice. But excuse my cluttered dice box.
Cluttered
I got
dice.
3 successes with lend a hand.
I see the 5.
Damn.
I got 3
Good
successes.
job. Diamond, when you get a moment, because you clearly know what would work, look at the look at our call chat, and that's what you should go for.
I go for both.
I'm just saying that's
Okay.
real world knowledge. That would,
Yeah.
that would do it. And I guarantee you, there's some soda cans somewhere.
And just so we don't get flagged in any way, shape, or
that's
form.
why I am not saying it on stream.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, we won't say the combination on stream. Yeah. So are you going to use that combination?
So basically what Songbird is going to do is take the normal compound concoctions of like industrial cleaners that you are not supposed to mix because they do create ammonia gas, which is going to be like bleach, vinegar, and then you're supposed to distill it with water to basically neutralize it, but not going to put any water into it. So that is going to be the one that is going to go into one janitorial bucket of plastic. But it's the same thing that she did last time, where it's like one container, another container, ready to be dumped. So that the bottles are open, and then I'm assuming there's a metal bucket in here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In the metal bucket, we're going to make the other one.
Gotcha. So and
You want plastic or glass? I'm just saying.
I was gonna say there's actually mixing containers and everything in here. So
Okay.
Yeah. So
Steel would be fine.
It's
but,
very
yeah.
much custodial. It's a smaller custodial bucket with a metal bucket inside of it.
Gotcha.
And then the bottles of whatever she needs in those. And then she's going to basically just like look around again. I'm assuming there's like industrial masks in here
yes,
because these are industrial cleaning products.
yes.
Songbird is going to gather up as many as she can
Okay.
from this.
Yeah, there's literally like the very large ones with the dual air filters. There's like 3 or 4 of those just hanging on hooks, and then there's like a box of the really good ones for the what is it? N65, 27, N95 masks, which should be good for like any light exposure. He's like, but those other ones, there's those, and there's goggles.
I'm taking those too. Basically, Songbird is going to go ahead and leave the one custodial bucket on the right at the entryway to the door to this room that Robbie's dad and her are in. And then the other one, she's carrying it, but she's also carrying like goggles, masks. And she's just like walks over to Robbie's dad, just puts the goggles on him, and then just hands him the mask. And it's like, you're going to want to need that if you want to continue breathing. And she's completely goggled and masked up.
So it sounds like the Songbird version of Darth Vader saying that.
Correct. Very matter of fact, like, and doesn't wait for a reaction and just.
He kind of looks. He looks at Songbird, but then he just starts putting the mask on automatically.
Just taps him on the shoulder, and lifts up the mask a little bit and says, "If there's a way you can like talk to people, you want to tell them to not come to this floor unless they have like safety gear of some sort."
Mm-hmm.
The birds can understand human language, so like. I don't know if you guys have like code words you use or shit like that. And then just mask down and then goes to start cooking.
All right. So are you doing it in the same room he's in?
No, she is basically going to go ahead and look for, well, she's going to ask, it's like if there's an easy entryway into an event that he can close off.
He kind of says, well, this is HVAC. It's like,
Exactly.
so, and he kind of walks over to a panel. And you can see that there is 2 different, like, 4x4 sliding doors.
Mhm.
And he slides one of them up, and you can see that it's just open exposure to a vent. And he's like, this is going down. And he opens the other one. And he's like, and this one is on an air pump going up. He's like, I've got the air pump turned off because I don't want things circulating right now. And he's like, but he points to the down one, but this will take whatever you want and throw it downstairs. He's like, and then I can turn the blowers back on and it'll push it the rest of the way through.
You know how this stuff works. I just want to make sure that any birds that are in the vents are gonna like die. So,
He's like-
but I don't want to poison humans, of course, because that would be bad. Apparently,
He looks, shows you the map. He's like, see all these red lights, and you see there's like the 2 ducts that go down the building. He's like, and you can see that there is red lights on almost every single one of the ducts, all the way down to the like 32 that are all red. He's like, I managed to close all those. He says, he's on these higher level ones. He's like, and he goes like anything above 15. He says they don't have the security gates on them. He's like, because they're non-essential personnel, and they're fallback positions for people to go to that might be getting out of contamination below, and they're meant to be set up as triage. He says, so we don't cut off the air supply to these levels. He says, but they do have grates that I can close that should stop any what they call biological material from entering. And so he says, and I've got those closed on these levels. He says the only thing is, he's like, and he points to like floors 26 and 29. He's like, those 2 panels won't close.
are there people on those floors?
He's like, there's people on every floor. They're just gone to shelter rooms.
Like I said, if you can find a way to tell people to like basically mask up and put goggles on, then that would be great. Because like birds, and like you said, they don't know this place like you do, so they're gonna just go everywhere. And I'm trying to make sure that no birds who are gonna try to bird kill people.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Honestly, he says.
Okay.
He says.
So which one am I putting this in? And holds up the bucket of cleaning supplies.
He's like,
You pick.
there's a workbench back in the janitorial closet, or janitorial office.
Vents, chemicals.
Oh, vents. He's like, well, if you wanted to go down, you pour it down this one, and he points to the 4x4.
Mm-hmm.
The one that's he says, and if you want me to force it into every like nook and cranny, he's like, let me know and I'll turn on the air pumps.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna start doing this.
Mhm.
You figure out if you can call people. That's the
He's
thing,
like,
right?
I have to go down to communications.
You don't have like a walkie-talkie?
He's like, he raises his hands. He's like, do I look like I have a walkie-talkie?
I don't know your life. And starts fucking mixing chemicals. Basically, is going to do the one with the bucket, the metal bucket, to activate the heat so it will disperse a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to wait
Mm-hmm.
until the 2 of them are ready to basically close everything down, because I'm assuming it's a 2-handed job. of closing the
That-
thing, pressing the button for the
Songbird
vents.
is over here going full Breaking Bad.
Um, and as soon as like everything is prepped for it's a very quick like toss and go kind of thing. It's going to take more time to basically as soon as Robbie's dad is fully gas masked up and goggles, is going to go ahead and do the one that's in the custodial bucket that was right behind her and start mixing that immediately. And then just basically kicks the bucket over so it covers the floor outside of this room.
Okay. So you mix the first mix that you're going to dump down the vents first, right? And then you mix the other one that you're going to coat the floor with. So as you mix the first mix and you get that prepared, are you just leaving it on the floor there? Like you're going to pick it up and dump it?
Oh no, like it is right next to her because she is trying not to let anything happen to it, of letting it spill prematurely. But like she is basically keeping an eye on everything because knowing that this stuff is toxic and not wanting to hurt like Robbie's dad especially. But the one on the floor mixture is mostly so that it will just be in the air of that area since we're people, so we will have gas masks on and we'll be able to carefully walk through it.
Gotcha.
Versus like the ones in the air ducts needs to be able to like aerosolize through heat quicker and then be pushed. And it should be a continuous reaction versus the one in the hallway should be this is mainly for if there's anything down here already.
Right.
But it shouldn't be toxic to people because the one that she used on the floor is basically, it's just going to make your eyes burn. It's going to make you feel a little queasy with the amounts that she used. But to a bird, it should hinder them somewhat, if not outright.
Gotcha. By the way, give me a mind investigate roll real quick.
Oh no. What are my stats for that one? Signal.
It's probably ability.
No, it's only 5. And I dropped 1, so it's fine. No, it's cool, but still nice. I got 2 successes on that one.
Gotcha. So as you're sitting there, as you finish mixing that one up, you hear in the distance the ding of the elevator.
Oh, that's not good. Songbird is gonna go ahead and basically like just yell, "There's gas masks and goggles in the custodial closet. I left it propped open. You're gonna need those. And also watch your step." And then basically like just going back into the door with Robbie's dad and then closing it behind her.
Wait, you're going down all the way down to communications with Robbie's dad?
No, I'm going back into the HVAC one.
He went down to communications.
I know.
Okay.
So I'm in that room because Robbie's dad should have his key card.
Gotcha. So as you turn around to go back into the HVAC room, you hear the flapping of a lot of birds.
Oh, that's fun. That's nice.
But you just hear them. And then back at the corner, you see that the osprey walking, not flying, walks around the corner.
Oh, hi there.
And it is glaring fucking daggers at you.
You seem mad.
And the osprey just points one wing back down the hallway, and you see the comms door sitting there open, and you see blackbirds just go pouring down. Blackbirds and seagulls go pouring down the hallway and start heading towards the comms room.
That's
The
not
seagulls deserve
good.
it. The seagulls deserve it.
It's fine.
It's fine.
All right. And then and Songbird just kind of said, "Where is this osprey? Is this osprey in the room with me?"
No, it's in the hallway. Remember, I said it kind of
Oh, I
came around
went
the
into the
corner. It's looking
room.
at you. Yeah, I said before you stepped into the room, you hear
Oh,
the flapping birds, and then the osprey steps around the corner of the hallway.
All right, fuck it. And then Songbird basically upends both of the chemicals looking dead at the osprey into the custodial bucket with the metal
Okay.
container, and just puts that in there, and then takes the metal bucket out and slides it across the chemical solution on the floor.
You see the osprey. Its eyes kind of it's bird eyebrows, because I don't know if you've seen hawks' faces, but they have the
Yes.
ability to scowl.
They have a brow bone.
Yeah, its bird eyebrows kind of go up a little, like almost a look of surprise, but then the eyes soften, and you get the general gist that it thinks something is amusing, and it takes off and flies back around the corner, and you hear the elevator ding again.
Oh well. That's a them problem, not me problem.
So, Robbie,
Yep.
you, Warren, and Samantha are in the elevator. As you're in the elevator, you're heading up. It gets to the 12th floor, and the door opens up. And Robbie, you see the Osprey just go shooting by the elevator door, like flying the other way down the corridor.
Do I smell anything?
She just poured it a couple of seconds ago. It stinks like high heaven. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a roll.
Yeah, I figure. I recognize the smell.
Mm-hmm. Do you?
I think for sure Robbie knows what this smells
I would
like.
imagine they've done this experiment in the
probably
backyard at
played
Robbie's
with
place
this.
before.
Yeah.
This is also very similar to what Songbird used at the police station.
Well, the first thing is. The second thing, probably not. You wouldn't have had access to what you needed there at the police station.
No.
They're not that clean of people.
They're not clean people.
This kind of cleaner is pretty specific. You need it for concrete and such.
Yep. It's another.
but,
It's another floor stripper.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
For the most part.
I smell it. Do I hear? Does a bucket just go sliding across in front of the elevator?
No,
Or
no,
did you
because
just-
the
I didn't
the
do
way
it
the
that
room is.
hard.
The corridor that
I didn't do it
Songbirds
that
in.
hard.
The corridor that Songbirds in is going. Let's say it goes north south. The elevator is east to west. So the Osprey
Okay.
was at this corner when he came around and converted Songbird down at the end of the hall. So if anything, you'd hear the bucket sliding across the floor and probably stop about midway through the T juncture there.
Okay. So I look, I see the bucket, I smell it, I tell everyone.
Is it any visible gas from that?
Yes, but
gonna
it
start
takes the
smoking.
moment. It starts. It releases a gas, and it is visible
It's white,
a
isn't it?
little bit. Kinda white. It's a little bit.
You
It's
live in Texas, so you know the heat
yeah.
that
Shimmer.
comes off of concrete.
It's like mist with heat shimmer. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So
Um,
you're standing there in the hallway. You see that happening down the hallway. The Osprey
can-
took off,
It ain't to us yet. It's going to take a
and
minute.
as the
before there's enough
Osprey,
to fill
as the
hallway.
Osprey goes by,
Mhm.
it literally as it's going by, it says, "We're killing your father."
I step out, aim the shot.
Go for it. I was about to pull the revolver and just start spraying down the fucking hallway.
All right, make me a body and a force roll.
I was actually going to say it's about time. Do you want to cut on our break right there?
Oh yeah. That's a good place.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna take a 10-minute break as we get into the final scenes for this game. All right, guys, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay.
warranty.
Lauren's the one rolling.
What
yeah, I'm
was
about to say I'm the only one in the wheelchair in game.
that?
Well, I just rolled back to grab the dice so I can
So,
make this roll.
Go ahead and roll me the roll.
So force body for shoot, which
Mhm.
is
Oh,
10 dice.
hold on. I need to find my phone to take a picture of this shit. Nobody would believe me.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I don't believe
Okay.
it.
I need both hands for
Damn,
this.
I like
Go
this
down.
dice roller. Good job on making me a new dice roller, Bobby.
That's 3.
You're firing the pistol, right, Robbie?
I am firing all 6 rounds at the Osprey.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Going
Oh,
for
I'm
the
unloading.
Of
overkill.
course he is.
I'm unloading. Yeah.
Okay.
How many successes did you get, baby?
A few. Hold on, I'm waiting for my thing to come up so I can actually hit the share button. My phone's taking fucking forever.
Yeah, but you can just tell me.
It's 5 or above.
5 or
6.
above. 6
No,
is
no,
a
Six or
success.
above.
You need a 6 for a success.
3.
How many?
3.
3?
Oh, the magic number.
All right.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Considering we were
Robbie,
talking about during break, power 3s.
you come back and you're firing shots. Samantha leans around the corner and just caps off a round with a shotgun. The Osprey just goes spinning and hits the ground and is slides across the floor. And
Well,
it just
how far is it from me?
oh, it's like it's a fast bird, so it's a ways. It's like almost all the way down the hallway. But you can see that where it hit the ground, there is a large, like, well, not large, it's a bird, but there's a smear of blood that goes up to the body.
I drop the pistol, reach in for for a flashbang, sprint towards it. How close is he to the door to where I saw the blackbird? To where, like, I'm sure the blackbirds are still piling into the room, right?
It wasn't that many. There's only 100 blackbirds.
Okay, only 100 blackbirds.
Yeah, only.
But is the door open or closed? Like, can I tell where they went? Or can I hear?
The Osprey
Where they
went
are?
the opposite way down the hallway from where the blackbirds went.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Remember, it flew past the opening door, and it was down the hallway where Songbird was? Well, the the comms room is on the other end of the hallway from the hallway Songbird is in. Remember, she's in the T-junction this way?
Okay, so so the comms is this way, the Osprey went this way?
No. This is the T-juncture. The elevator is here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Songbird's down here. Your dad's the comms room is up here on the T-juncture. The elevator's here. The Osprey went that way.
Okay, so it went that way. Okay.
Yeah. Remember, it flew across the entrance of the elevator?
Okay. So, fuck. I'm sprinting to. I'm dropping the pistol. I'm keeping a flashbang in my left hand, and I'm sprinting towards the Osprey. And when I am within a distance that I can, like, either slide or jump towards it, I'm drawing my grandpa's K-bar.
Okay.
And I am going to stab the Osprey repeatedly until I know that it's dead.
Okay.
Did
With
my
a knife?
guess-
With a knife the size
the
of
knife.
a K-bar?
Well, an Osprey is about this big.
Yeah, they're about 2 feet long.
About 2 feet long, and the
Oh.
K-bar is only 7 inches long.
Only
I'm just-
7 inches.
it's
You mean
only 7
almost
inches.
half its body length?
Yep. Yep.
And you're going to
I'm gonna-
repeatedly drive that into the body?
You chuck it
I
into
would
the
say on the
bucket, we'll
first
get the end of
shot,
that.
you're pretty much sure that you've killed it.
I am mad at this bird.
I am mad at this bird.
Okay, so
Warren, what are
I'm
you
gonna
doing?
do
You're in the you're in the elevator. Jessica, you need to stop that.
Sorry.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I would say considering the way I Tokyo drifted in there is I'd have to back out of the elevator zone as Robbie and Sam kind of like just shove past me. I'm just like wheeling myself out, and I'm just seeing probably at this point, seeing Robbie just going ham on the Osprey.
Yep.
I'm
Do I
gonna
need to
wheel
roll
over and
for
just, huh?
No, you don't.
Okay, good.
Wait,
The Osprey
what'd you
cannot defend itself. It got shot.
Okay.
It's only an Osprey.
As I'm seeing Robbie do that, I'm gonna wheel over and try and like just grab his shoulder and pull him off.
All right. So, Diamond, what is Songbird doing? You hear the shots go off where the elevator was. But you do
I think
see
it's-
that the Blackbirds have all filed into the room that your dad was in, the comms room. And the last thing you see is the door of the comms room slam closed.
I am, because I don't know that part, because what I saw was the Blackbirds going into the comms room and then the Osprey. And then I basically pushed that bucket out with the reaction and
Yeah,
closed
it's
the,
ahead of you, basically.
Yeah, I closed the door, so I'm in the HVAC room still.
Oh, you're back in the HVAC room?
That's the room that I went into.
You can
With
definitely
the
still
HVAC.
hear the gunshots, though.
Oh yeah, I imagine. It's not a long hallway.
After
Shit echoes here.
Yep.
I think as soon as I'm hearing gunshots go off, because I'm assuming it's like, oh, I think my friends are here. I don't think they heard me the first time. Songbird is going back to the pile of supplies that she had gathered from the custodial closet, like the safety gear and whatnot, and is basically gathering those up. She had brought like the duffel bag that was in the other car, which is dwindling because we also were pot-shotting birds for a while.
Yeah.
And is basically like shoving like all of that material into there and looking through to find her first aid kit and double checking that she's got that just in case anybody passed out.
Gotcha.
Because she's assuming that that first ding might have been the birds. And then the second ding and then the gunshots is most likely people.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's completely goggled up, masked up, and then she's gonna very slowly open the door to the HVAC room and just look. Do I see anything down that hallway directly?
No.
Awesome.
just a lightly smoking bucket.
Yep.
Right. The bucket, the reaction's going then.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic.
It's pretty quick.
And then she's gonna just like look at it a little bit, and she's just gonna yell very quickly, "Marco!"
And it sounds
You-
like
Do we hear it?
Yes, man.
Robbie, I want you to make me a. First off, I need you to make me a heart and lead roll.
Heart lead. Okay,
Mhm.
that's. I will say, after I say continue to stab it, after like 2 or 3 stabs, I know this thing's dead. I am immediately getting up.
Well, Warren said he rolled forward and he was putting his hand on your shoulder to
Yeah.
like, kind of pull you off the bird.
Well, like right about the time he gets to me, I shove the K-bar back in. I grab the bird, what's left of it, and immediately start to sprint towards the bucket. Like drop the bird by the elevator, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna make this lead roll real quick.
Mm-hmm.
2 successes, but I am immediately like covering my face with my shirt,
Mm-hmm.
and I am sprinting towards that bucket, and I am going to barehanded grab the handle of the bucket and start moving towards running towards the comms room, and I shout "Polo!" like as I pass through the T section.
All right.
As soon as Songbird sees Robbie, she's going to place the duffel in the doorway of the HVAC room because she doesn't have a key card. She can't get back into the shit. She knows this. And because that was the main thing she wanted to learn is like, how do these doors work? And they need that key card. And Robbie's dad has the key card that can get everywhere on this floor.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as seeing Robbie drops the bag, grabs like a handful, handful of mask in one hand, handful of goggles in the other, and then just basically very carefully, because rollerblading is her hobby, she's got decent balance, slip and sliding across this like very slick floor covered in chemicals, and just gas mask still. Robbie, I have here, you need these.
I'm already heading towards that door.
Gotcha.
Robbie, you idiot.
I recognize the smell, and I know that this will burn my lungs and eyes, but I know that it would take about a minute and a half to 2 minutes of directly breathing it in before it's gonna it's gonna make me sick. I'm gonna puke in a minute, but it won't kill me unless I have prolonged exposure to
It's
it.
like, it won't kill me immediately.
Yeah, I've got a second.
I would like to do a body move to try to catch up to Robbie.
Okay, go ahead.
Because that's what I need.
And I need to know, what is Warren and Samantha doing? Warren,
what was that?
Robbie
that
stood
lead-
up and he got. Oh, that was. What was the total on that, by the way?
2 successes.
Okay, yeah, that was just to basically, have Warren help you snap out of the killing rage
Yeah.
to basically, stop stabbing the bird uncontrollably.
Okay. Yeah.
And Warren, what are you and Samantha
definitely
doing?
I must say, if
Yeah, Robbie snaps out of it once you put your hand on him,
yeah,
but he turns around and starts booking it down the hallway.
I'm
Yeah, I'll-
chasing Robbie.
All right.
yeah, but then probably the stage is to
Fine.
make sure that he's not about to do something stupid, considering what he was just doing. Because we wouldn't probably know his mental state
Yeah,
currently.
he
after
was
doing
basically stabbing the linoleum floor through the bird.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he's going to do something stupid since that is his MO. And I want to stop him from killing himself because that is my MO.
All right, then Warren and Samantha, I need you both to make me body and move rolls. Yeah,
I got 1 success on mine to try to
Okay.
catch up to Robbie.
excellent. So
That
for one
is-
success, you're going to be basically you're going to be like moving through the T juncture as Warren and Samantha are coming towards it.
Do
So
I
you'll
catch
be a
up
little
with
bit ahead
Robbie?
of them. Yeah. And
Do it.
Warren, what'd you get?
Catch up.
2
2
successes.
successes.
Wow.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Proud of you.
So for 2 successes,
Sincerely, I'm so happy you're getting successes, buddy.
Oh, no, it could have been 4 because I had 2 5s.
gotcha. Warren, you have your eyes are burning,
Yeah.
and as you're breathing in, your throat, in the back of your throat, feels like it's swelling. Samantha, you seem to be okay right now. And you guys, and as you guys get closer to the bucket, you see Songbird like just run by the end of the T, going the other way, the way Robbie went. But
Songbird,
Songbird's wearing a big gas mask and goggles.
And goggles.
The bucket's gone. The bucket is in my hand.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Robbie's.
Yeah.
But it was also spilled all over the floor too. So
Oh no, there was another one. I had
Oh.
2. I had a custodial bucket filled with the basically it's gonna fuck you up for a little bit. If you're a person, it's gonna fuck you up real bad if you're a bird. And then there's the other one that is putting out that smoke.
and Robbie,
It's
your
basically
eyes are
toxic.
definitely watering, and you have a burning in your throat without a doubt.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
I have no problem kicking some buckets and picking up a Robbie and chasing Songbird because I'm pretty sure she has a mask.
So Songbird, with that 1 success, do I catch up close enough to Robbie?
To what?
I want her to basically grab him by the back of the pants.
Grabbing him
And,
by the
like,
belt, basically.
I'm grabbing him by the belt. I don't know what Robbie wears. Grabbing him by the belt.
Yep.
And just pulling him in, and I am literally one-handedly shoving goggles on his eyes.
Okay,
and I am
so
pushing-
you can catch up to Robbie. If you're trying to force goggles on his head and force a mask on his face, and he is desperately trying to get to the door to the HVAC room, then I am going to need a roll from you for that.
Body
But-
force?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I say, but before we do that, I want to cut back to Junie and Lynx.
Yeah.
Junie and Lynx, Junie, I should say, Lynx is standing behind you, obviously. You are staring at your dad. Your dad gestures with his head, and the 4 guys go running by you guys and into the other room.
Daddy,
And
you cannot kill those birds.
he's like,
Those are good birds. We're trying to help them.
your dad kind of like looks at you, and he says, and he kind of his face softens a little bit, and he says, Juniper,
Daddy,
this
hold
is-
that thought. Hey, One Eye. And she's going to put one arm out.
you put one arm out.
She puts one arm out and calls out, hey, One Eye.
Make me a charm and heart roll.
Hold on. I need to, like, lend a hand or something.
Or something. I need to do something. I have too many channel points.
I do.
I somehow able
3
to
successes.
assist- Oh, never mind. I don't.
Okay, never mind. You're good.
One eye comes flying over and lands on your wrist. What color is Junie's hair?
It's the really badly bottle blonde.
It lands on your arm and says, yes, white-haired girl.
Not wrong.
Lynx is laughing.
Daddy, this is One Eye. When we get rid of the Osprey, he's in charge. They just want to not be here. Where we've fucked up a lot of shit.
And your dad looks at One Eye and looks at you. And he draws in a deep breath. And he looks at One Eye and he says, I am not authorized to negotiate with terrorists.
This is not a terrorist. The
Link
Osprey,
speaks up at
who
this
our
point.
friends are trying to kill, is the terrorist.
Lynx also speaks up at this point and points out the stuff you've been doing here is responsible for them being this way. We have an obligation to them to make it right.
And as the highest ranking person currently here, you actually are authorized to negotiate with an innocent refugee of your experiment. Of actually, well, the U.S. Army's experiment. Yeah, we'll go with that.
One Eye's kind of on your arm still, and he's like, what is refugee?
Technically, he would be considered an internally displaced creature.
Oh yeah.
And your dad looks at you. He's looking at you both, and he just puts his hand on his forehead.
Wait, even better. Judy's gonna turn to Lynx. Wait. Is the U.S. Army war criminals? Isn't this event against the Geneva Convention?
It would be if they were people, and given that they're sentient creatures, I would count them as people for this contact.
He's like, girls, why don't you take your friend and go wait in the hall?
No, because you can't kill the birds. We need to. One Eye actually has more important things to be doing, but I figured this was just going to be faster to get you to listen to me.
Juniper,
Once the Osprey is gone,
I need
we can
you
send the
girls
birds
go
to a
in the
different world.
hall.
not without. No, because if you kill the birds, then you fuck all the shit up, and we're all gonna die. I'm trying to keep us all from dying. That's what we're here for.
Old One Eye kind of looks at the guy and says, we don't want to kill anyone. We want to leave. And your dad kind of is just like... And finally he stops and goes, this is above my fucking pay grade.
Unfortunately, I think it's currently your problem to handle it.
It is my problem to contain. I will let someone else handle it.
Okay, but Daddy,
Juniper! This is as far as
Richard.
I can take it.
Okay,
I am
then
not going to
please-
kill the birds here because I have no orders to kill the birds here. As long as they do not attempt to continue to wrest control of this base from us,
They don't want to wrest control of the space. They
then
just
we
want
can
to leave
stop.
this planet.
Then we can de-escalate the conflict.
Okay.
But
And-
they're still going to answer for what has happened, especially if they're sentient creatures.
I mean, that's kind of your fault.
Also, I'm pretty sure Robbie and Warren and Sam and it sounded like Songbird was also down there. I think they're dealing with that and making
Yeah.
sure they do pay for their crime.
Yeah, so Robbie definitely made the Osprey pay.
I wouldn't ask how they're doing.
He says, "Look, there's troops on their way here right now. They will be here in minutes." He says, "We're going to get the base secured." He's like, "Then you all can explain to me exactly what's going on. I need you
Well,
all to go in the hallway."
I feel like this would be obvious.
I mean, I
There's a
think-
talking bird.
Talking birds, contrary to what you're thinking, talking birds don't make anything obvious for me. That's a talking fucking bird, and I've heard lots of birds talk in my life.
Yeah,
He's
but
like,
have you had an entire conversation?
and I have not had an entire conversation with this particular bird, and I do not have the time to have an entire conversation with this particular bird, because if I do not get this secured, then the people who are coming are going to assume that this base is been taken by the enemy and are going to come in very aggressively.
So,
Unless I can
Link
get in
kind
there
of-
and assure them that the base is secured, namely that there's a nuclear reactor here that's secured, then that can de-escalate the situation. But the longer you stop me from making that determination and then sending out the message, the closer it's going to be to whoever gets in this team's way is going to be shot.
Let him go.
and kind of like makes their arm around her waist and like ushers her out the door so Dad can make the call.
Junie will let her.
He just stomps around the corner and he starts, "Dr. Schwartz, what's going on here?" He's just yelling and bellowing. You guys step out in the hallway. As you step in the hallway, old One Eye kind of like looks at you. And he says, "Why is he... What is a terrorist?"
It's
So that's not even properly defined by our own government. Let's be real about that one.
the closest one of you to what that would be is She Who Kills.
But even She Who Kills was provoked to kill.
That's the whole thing. It's
That's why it's fuzzy
So
on
if
the
you defend
definition.
yourself, you are a terrorist.
no.
No.
If you're female,
It's
Bam!
it's complicated. They unfortunately look at you that way because
It
they
is
don't
unfortunate that they look at this way.
because they don't
Right.
understand or they're
They
choosing
don't
to
get
not.
un-
It is bad to be a terrorist.
It is bad. They're, in their eyes,
So they
were-
think my people are bad.
they
I
think the leader, your current killed.
They
I think they're
didn't-
coming to
He wasn't
understand they're not
differentiating
all
between my
bad.
leader and my people.
They are now.
That's why we will clarify. Because there are lines that have been drawn between you guys.
He says, "I need to speak to my people."
Okay.
I need to go outside.
That might be a little bit harder. Also, there's some people. There's some people coming, and if they might do bad things, and I don't want that to happen to you.
need to go speak to your people.
He says, I cannot communicate with my people to tell them to stop being aggressive unless I can talk to my people.
Okay, that's
I'll
true.
put you up top.
Yeah, we gotta take him up.
He's like,
I'm gonna call the elevator.
what's an elevator?
It's a machine that will take us from here to the top much faster than stairs because we don't have wings, unfortunately.
Is it the moving boxes?
Yes.
That's how we got around the building.
Okay, well, you've used them then. So
No, we don't go in the boxes. We just fly up and down in the shaft, and there's buttons on the inside of the door that you can hit that make the
Yeah.
door open up.
That we're gonna go inside the box because I would like to stay with you.
I would
so
feel
that
very
no one hurts
claustrophobic
you.
inside a box.
I don't want anyone to see you without us and hurt you.
Yeah, because if you're seen without people, you can explain the situation. You might be attacked.
It's like,
We need to get you safely
he
there.
says, that is a risk I'm going to have to take. I need to speak to my people.
It's a relatively fast elevator.
Yeah, how long would it take?
It's an express elevator. It only take a minute at most to get from the bottom all the way to the top. 2 minutes probably. It's 30 stories, so it's a decent ways.
It'll only take us 2 minutes to get to the top.
He says, all right, well,
Really quick.
he says, let us go.
Okay,
So you go to the elevator.
go to the
Go to
elevator.
elevator.
Now we can switch
Ground
back.
floor.
Now we can switch back to war crimes.
Yes.
I'm on war crimes.
So let's go ahead and have you make a body and force roll, because you are literally trying to force stuff onto Robbie as Robbie is trying to get away. I'm assuming Robbie's not going to push Songbird off, but you're not going to let her slow
No.
you down.
Well, here's the thing. I am going to... Because I don't know. Robbie doesn't want to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
However, Songbird has yet to ever, in their time together, do something to harm Robbie.
Right.
Usually it's in his best interest, but I know Robbie's in kind of a state of mania right now.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to account for.
I, for myself, want to make a roll to see if Robbie can calm down long enough to accept help.
Sure, absolutely. That would definitely be a mind, but I don't think it'd fall into leadership.
No, I feel like it's mind.
Oh no, it would be heart. It would be heart.
Heart, would it be contact?
Yes, yes.
That
no,
is
that's
my
perfect.
second. That is my second lowest skill, with only 4 dice in total.
Remember, everyone, this is a D6 system where you roll a number of dice equal to your trait and your skill, and you're looking for 6s.
2.
Lend a hand.
2. I have
Still lend a hand?
2 straight up. 2 successes. out of
Jesus.
4.
2 6s out of 4 dice. You're not using those dice in
Does
any
the lend a hand
campaign
help at all?
ever again.
I had it was
Yes,
a 4 and a
Songbird.
2. Other
Oh, you
than
did it.
that.
Give it to me. Give the linen hand to me.
I'll give it to you.
Cool. I'm not going to use it on this one because I already rolled it. So with the force movement, I rolled 1 success, but I would like to roll mind and empathize to see if I can possibly clear a condition temporarily for Robbie.
All I have right now is upset. You
I wanna
cleared
try
me
to-
of everything else.
I want to try to clear upset again. So I
Okay.
cleared it on his dad, and he was able to think clearly.
I will say with that roll, I will say that Robbie did stop himself long enough to allow you to do whatever you're about
That
to
actually gives Songbird the chance to do this roll to remove the condition.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she's putting the mask on you, and she's putting the goggles on you, and she can be talking while she does that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Samantha, you and Warren would catch up at this point too.
Do you have another mask?
Hold on. me finish this real quick. Okay, and I got. Lisa, did you give me that Linda hand? Since Robbie didn't take it. Okay, cool. Because that gives me 3 successes on a mind empathize roll.
That's more enough to clear the condition for the scene.
Cool. Since I got 3 successes, I get to dictate how this goes.
Mhm.
So basically, before putting the mask, like goggles are on, Songbird is just kind of like turning, not even making Robbie turn away from the direction. Songbird is basically saying, it's like, I last saw your dad go in the communications room, which should be down there, and you need this to be able to breathe, and is going to like basically start putting the mask over Robbie's head, so he doesn't have to move, he doesn't have to lose focus on where he's going, and is going to point directly like what direction he needs to go, and then lift up her mask temporarily, kiss him on the cheek, put the mask back down, and drop his mask, and just pat him on the shoulders, and then like tap him on the back and say, "You can do this," and send him on his way.
I will say, as you were putting the goggles on Robbie, you definitely could see his eyes, and you can see them watering from the fumes, but you can also see that he is angry crying right now, which is something you've not seen from him before. You've only seen him mad once or twice, and that's usually quiet. That's usually determined anger. There is a combination of several things going on right now that you can definitely read on Robbie's face. But as you push him off, is there on that comms room, I'm going to guess because of the type of building this is, there is a window on that room?
On the comms room, there is not.
There is not, okay. There is a door.
Unlike the other doors in this room, the comms door is actually a heavy door.
A heavy door, and you said there is a card to unlock it, right?
Yep.
Which your dad has with him whenever you go to that room.
Can I hear inside?
Make me a mind investigate roll.
Mind investigate. Okay, cool. That's
And Songbird, Samantha asked you if you, I don't know if you heard it, but Samantha asked you if you had more masks.
Whenever, basically once Robbie is off and on to that mission, Songbird will turn to Samantha and Warren and just basically hands out, each hand has a mask and a pair of goggles, like, you need these. I was doing science shit. You two one of you should come with me to look for another key card, because that door is still open, and points back to the door that she had come from with the HVAC room. See if maybe there's some kind of key card we can use to get in. People leave shit out everywhere all the time. At least that's what my aunt tells me about the hospital. This is kind of like a hospital, but worse. And just starts like, also watch your step. Actually, Warren, you should come with me, and just grabs Warren's handles and starts pushing, and doing like the rollerblading thing. Like if you ever use a walker while you're at a roller rink.
Oh, yeah.
Just starts doing that across this very slick chemical laid floor back to the HVAC room.
Yeah, it was like you guys just see kind of Warren look behind, going like.
What's worse is Warren's chair, it slips and slides a little too.
Yeah, hence the healthy comment that he mouths back to them.
So, Miss Samantha, what are you doing?
Laughing at Warren and putting my mask on and my goggles.
All right. But I mean, are you following Samantha, or are you staying with Robbie? Oh, sorry. Are you following Songbird, or are you staying with Robbie?
Staying with Robbie.
Okay.
He needs a Samwise because
Samwise has shotguns. But
I do.
So Robbie, you get up to the door, and what were you gonna do with it?
2 successes
To
hear inside what
gotcha.
I can hear.
So you can hear like. Actually, honestly, you don't hear much.
Okay. There's a keypad. There's a card reader next to it, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna make a tech tinker roll like I did downstairs.
Right.
I am going to set the bucket down, like hold the flashbang by the pin in my teeth, pull out the knife, and I'm going to try and just shove it in and see if I can make this thing pop like I did on the other one. See if I can basically
short it.
probably gonna shock me a little bit, but it shouldn't be a lot of power to it. I'm gonna try to short it and see if I can make this door unlock.
Do it.
It's out of 6. 1.
That's all you need. You get
Yeah.
you get it to basically you start shimming the knife into the door card reader. You actually wedge the knife down into the reader slot and then pry it, and it basically breaks the reader slot. But as you do that, the knife goes into the mechanism of the reader, and there's a pop. You do get a little zap in your hand, but it's not like anything bad.
Yeah.
And plus, you're using a K-bar, so it's got a wooden handle, so it doesn't really conduct that well. And so, but the whole apparatus falls off the door, but you do hear the maglock unlatch.
Does it open out or in?
It opens in.
So it pushes in. I'm gonna slide open the door slightly. I'm gonna say, what's the word?
I go in.
Frank, sit rep, and just listen for anything, because I don't know what state of mind he's in, but I know that he'll respond to that.
You hear very muffled, but you hear, "I'm in the closet."
I scream, "Eyes and ears!" and I pull the pin, throw the flashbang in, and pull the door closed.
Okay.
Well,
There is-
partially closed. I don't want the maglock to hit again, but I pull it partially closed. Do I hear the birds fluttering around in
Nope.
there? No. Okay. Regardless, I threw a flashbang in to be safe.
Okay. So the flashbang, you hear the crump of the flashbang, and after the flashbang goes off, and your ears stop ringing because you're right on the other side of the door.
Yeah.
Actually, shit! Make me a actual roll here, because you got to hold that door from closing all the way. So make me a body force roll, because you just threw a flashbang in there,
Yeah.
and no matter how big this room is, like a concussive force is going to try and slam that door
Yeah,
closed.
try and slam it. Yeah. I'm basically, my goal was front of my boot in it, which it's going to hurt my foot. It's not going to break it, but it's going to hurt my foot for sure if it presses too hard.
It's going to give you crunchies on your toes.
Yep. Got someone who's broken a toe like that before. It's fine. It sucks for
It's
a week or
fine.
two. It's fine.
I hope you're wearing steel toes.
I'm not. This is 10 dice.
I crunched my toe recently around Thanksgiving. During prep, I went to go in the laundry room where I've got the
Thank God.
shelving unit and
Thank God.
whacked my middle toe on the door. So
Lovely.
recent. No,
I'm so glad that ones don't count against us in this, because I have 5 ones out of this, and I have 1 success.
Yahtzee on ones.
Yahtzee on ones.
Yeah.
It's the best Yahtzee ever, because you actually get points off of ones. But anyway, so you managed to stop the door from closing. You do feel like your steel toe boot almost gets bent.
There's no steel toe here. It's
okay.
it's rubber combat boot.
Yeah. So yeah, you feel your toes get squeezed up to where they're a little pyramid in your shoe for a second,
Yep.
and then it comes back down.
It definitely broke my big toe. That's
Yep.
fine. It's my left foot. It's fine.
And once your ears stop ringing from the flashbang, you can hear that there's some fluttering in the room, but it's not a lot. And there's occasionally a squawk.
I kick open the door.
There are crows everywhere, and they are just down. They are just in. A lot of them have their innards coming out their mouths.
I slide the bucket in, and I close the door partially again.
Isn't your dad in that room?
If he's in there and Songbird was with him, he's got goggle and mask. He's fine. He's also in the closet. That should help. I trust Songbird prepared him for what she was doing.
Probably. Oh no!
And I'm just gonna wait a moment, because that room can't be that big. There's a lot coming off of this, and those birds won't last but maybe 30 seconds with these fumes. If they last
The ones that are
long.
still alive.
Yeah, that's fine.
Also,
flashbang on
numbers-
those little bodies is going to do a lot of fucking damage.
Yeah, numbers redeemed a hydrate and a posture check.
Thank you, numbers.
I just got comfortable, numbers. I just got comfortable, and it's not good posture. Why you got to do this to me?
All right, so
Because we have to self care whether we want to or
I'm
not.
okay with it.
how long do you let it steam in there?
I give it about a minute and a half.
And Songbird, you have taken Warren. You slid down the hall. There was nothing in HVAC. Are you going to go back down the other way to the other hallway? That goes to further down. There's more offices that way.
I think first off, Songbird's gonna look. Is gonna like put the coat, like the base of the duffel, on her shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
After we've searched around, and this entire time, Songbird has been talking nonstop with the gas mask on. So it's a very muffled talking because that's just what she
Yeah.
kind of does. And the main thing, exactly.
You sound
And it
like
made-
one of the adults from the Charlie Brown shows.
Yeah.
I was talking
And then-
about what though?
The main topic that Songbird is talking about is like, so did Lynx and Junie like continue to be like cute together? You went off with them. I need you to tell me exactly what happened with them so I can like make sure like you have to give me all the details on it. Oh, I didn't find anything in here. Who put a candy bar? I mean, why is it happy? Shoves candy bar back in a drawer.
Yes. If you could see Warren's face, he'd be like, "What are you talking, Jinx? Jinx."
That could be their name. That could be their couple name. They can be the Jinxes.
Let's just say Lynx and Junie. What is the face Warren has right now? Because he's oblivious to the whole thing.
I
No,
know.
Hi.
he was
Hi,
high as a kite when that happened. So he was oblivious to that moment.
What happened? What happened whenever you guys went together?
All the good stuff.
You're not there.
No,
I was like, Junie shot the door with a shotgun,
Okay.
and then we just went downstairs, and then they used me as a battering ram against her dad.
Nice. I would have done the same.
Like, I don't know what details you want here. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Just bends down, makes eye contact with Warren through the goggles, puts hands on shoulders. You need to tell me all the details so I can make sure I can replicate this when they decide to write their rock and roll memoirs. I need a third-hand account.
It sounds like this, though.
Yes. I
They
need.
need to replicate this when they rate.
Out of curiosity, the gas mask, is this the kind where like the eyes are clearly visible, or is this like the tinted kind of gas mask?
It's not gas.
Well,
she's not in a gas mask.
It's
She
just
has.
It's a respirator.
It's a
a
respirator.
respirator and then goggles.
Yep.
So like,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Because the stuff she got out of the cleaning supplies, not military gas masks.
Yeah.
Okay. Just I kept hearing gas mask. I thought that like Songbird got a hold of an actual gas mask.
No,
Absolutely not yet.
Keyword is yet.
no. So you.
No, but yeah, but like
Right.
Warren's completely oblivious to what you're asking because he does not remember much of what's happened.
Warren is just
after
getting
the
more and more
hospital.
confused.
I see now why you play sports. All right.
It's like, what's that supposed to mean?
Warren just starts relaying the conversation with one eye. He's like, "This is what she wants, right? This is it."
So, and you're looking through the different rooms as you're coming across them, right?
Yes, and we're gonna put one of the chairs that's in the room. I'm assuming they have rolly chairs.
Sure.
Maybe. Well, are they okay? Are they rolly chairs or are they like stationary chairs? Like
It's
the-
military budget, so they're gonna do the cheapest shit. So it's stationary chairs.
Awesome. That's even better. So it's gonna prop a stationary chair, one in front of each of those like doors that were the shafts that were open and closing.
Hmm.
One in front of each of those. Just it's Songbird. She's crazy. And then one in the door to the HVAC room, just in case we can't find a key card, and just in case Robbie's dad dips, to make sure we can get back in there. And then we're basically just looking through all these different rooms. And Songbird's like, Warren, do you have any ideas? Like,
So as you go down the other end of the hallway, past the elevator banks, into the other T juncture at the end of the hallway, to the left there's more offices. To the right there is one office on either side, and they both of them say, you know, workshop A, workshop B. But at the end of the hallway, there is a room that's got a red door on it. There is a red light on it that is blinking, and and on the door it says shelter room. And it's another solid door, no glass.
Ideas?
She's talking to you, Warren.
Yeah, sorry. I was like, I don't know what you're expecting from me.
I mean, I want you to contribute because you're part of the team right now before you decide to portray yourself for high school politics.
You see Warren start coming with a rebuttal for that, but he knows he doesn't really have one especially because his dad is kind of stuck doing that.
This is why you're in sports.
And the door at the end of the hallway does have like a mag, not mag, but a key reader on it.
Songbird once Warren is not responsive, Songbird's just going to start walking towards the shelter door.
Uh-huh.
And it's just going to like
Bang
on
on
it and say, is anybody in there that can be helpful?
There's a little crackle, and there's an intercom on the mic here. It's like, what's going on out there?
Sunbird's gonna like lift the gas mask to test. Is the chemical in this hallway that we're in? Now that we're on the okay. It's gonna lift it up we'll drop it down so she can actually talk. Hi, my name is Cynthia Janis. I'm a teenager who is unaccompanied by adults in this facility. While there is awful things happen, I would like someone to come help us.
After a couple of seconds, there's a buzz, and the door opens, and you see a bunch of people who are like, you know, not even military. They look like they're, you know, they're civilians of some, and they're like, and they're all sitting in the room, and there's tables in here and chairs and everything like that, and some of them are like sitting there drinking coffee, and the guys opens, get you kids get in here. What's he doing in a wheelchair?
Oh no, we ended up having an accident and he got hurt a couple of days ago, something like that.
It's been at least a day and a half.
It's only been a day and a half.
We got locked out and my escort disappeared and he had a key card, but he kind of left us here.
Well, get in here.
No, we need to go up.
He's like, no, you need to shelter in place. Just get in here until security comes through and clears us.
You're no help either. You probably did sports in high school too. And just starts walking away.
And he comes out the door and he's like, where are you going? He's like, just hold the door open for a second. He goes, get in this room right now. I don't know how you got in this facility. He's like, we'll deal with that later. He's like, you get in this door right now. You are not going to go wandering around these hallways. Who knows what the hell is happening out there, or what something came in from whatever dimension is eating people.
I would like to remind the group, Warren, you have a shotgun across your lap, and you have had one this entire time. Use that information as you will.
Sunbird also has a duffel bag that has been like hooked on the back of your.
I'm pretty sure one of y'all
wheelchair.
took the shotgun back because you gave me a pistol.
You do have a pistol.
You do have a
I have
pistol.
the pistol.
You have a pistol.
After I did Tokyo Drift, you gave me a pistol because like, okay, that was badass.
Yeah.
So Warren, you do have a pistol.
You do
Yeah.
have a pistol.
Use that as you see fit.
I'm not gonna pull it on just random people in a room.
They're trying to take Songbird away.
I mean, Songbird's walking away. Songbird's like, you're no help to me.
Yeah, he's running to catch up to Songbird, and he grabs you by the arm.
Yeah, I am trying to like lure this man as far as I can into the area where the chemicals are going off.
Gotcha.
Oh my god!
So you walk him back into that area, and his eyes start watering, and he's like, "Oh, Sat!" And he reaches out, he grabs you very hard. And he's like, "Look, there's something in the air. Come on!" And he starts just dragging you back down the hallway.
How far did we make it into that hall?
To the T.
Did we make it? Okay. How far was the spillage?
The spillage was only at the other end of the T, but the fumes and everything like that that have come from the bucket and everything else have come this far down the hallway. They're getting weaker though because it's not
It's been a while.
and it's dissipating with all the area.
Songbird, while wearing the gas mask, still just look and is going to drop her body weight to try to drop this man with her.
Okay, make me a body plus force roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. As I see, the dude trying to grab Songbird, I want to try and as fast as I can with the wheelchair because not realizing what Songbird's about to do, and try and kind of do what we did to the general, where I kind of side hit him.
Are you're ramming him?
Yeah, but I want to turn at the last bit so it just hits with the side so I don't hurt my leg even more.
Ow, yeah. Songbird, you may have 2 extra dice to your roll.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make me roll for that first.
No,
Okay, cool.
it's good. You're giving an assist to Songbird because she declared the action first.
All right, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
2 successes. All right. So, Songbird, you go to drop your weight, which throws him off balance for a moment. At the same time, Warren just rolls forward and slides his chair. He hits him in the opposite hip that you're on. So as he's grabbing a hold of you, you drop your weight. He's thrown off balance. He gets slammed in the hip. He kind of does this thing where he end overs over you, almost like you went to go trip him, and then someone pushed him over you. And so he kind of flips over, and he lands flat on his back. And he's kind of slaying there. He's like, ow.
Yeah, he just handlebarred.
Songbird just pats Warren on the shoulder. It's like, thank you.
And by
And
the
then
way,
leans over
you
to
can,
this
you, can,
man.
you can see clipped onto his pocket, there is a key card.
And
Oh,
just
go ahead.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, how's that for being a jock?
That's why I decided to bring you with me. Pat, pat, leaning over to the man and grabbing his key card. Don't touch women without asking them first. This is probably why you're single and or unhappily married. And then just walks.
Damn Skippy.
And he's just he's been had the breath knocked out of him, and it really hurts to get slammed down on cement. So
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm just imagining the Home Alone scene, like Home Alone 2, when I forgot the name of the actor. The taller one just falls to the floor.
And also, he's starting to cough because he's now in an area that has a lot of that gas still in it.
All right.
And so, trying to get his wind back, coughing, in pain, and he was just beaten up by children. So you go running back down the hallway.
We're gonna go. Warren, which direction do you think they went?
You know which direction they went.
Well, I know, but which direction should we go?
I was going to point in because which way? Okay, so they
You
went.
can either
which
go the way
did they
Robbie
go?
went, or you can go the way back to the HVAC room, or you can go down the other hallway that has all the rest of the office rooms in it.
All right. I'd say we just go back the way we were, where we found the key card slot.
You mean the way with to the HVAC room, or you want to go to the way that Robbie's dad should be, or a different direction?
I'd say HVAC.
So you want to go back to the empty room?
Oh, wait, that one was, okay. Never mind. Hold on.
Somebody points to the HVAC room that has the chair in front of it that's holding it open.
Oh,
where
okay.
we were looking through.
No, then yeah, follow Robbie.
Following Robbie. All right, lead the way.
All right. So Robbie, you're standing in that doorway. There's bird carcasses everywhere. What are you doing at this point?
So, real quick question.
Mm-hmm.
This place has a sprinkler system, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Is there? I know this is a comms room.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is a technical floor, not a lab floor. They're not going to have anything for that. Is there? Did I see a bathroom on this floor?
Yes.
I'm going to look to Sam. I'm going to grab the bucket, and I'm going to hand it to Sam. Hold this by the handle. Take this to the bathroom. Dump the contents in the toilet and flush it. And then continue running water in this bucket until the fumes completely stop. I'm good here. I'm trying to make this stop. This stop. You got me?
All right. All right.
Okay. I am gonna.
It's the bathrooms are back down the hallway where the elevators are.
And off I go towards the bath. I'm going to the bathroom.
Gotcha.
We need to stop the chemical reaction from happening, and the only way to do that is dilute it with water or with baking soda. And I don't have baking soda on me. Just not a thing I grabbed today. But, I'm gonna push the door open. I'm gonna grab one of the chairs that is definitely there, and I'm gonna prop it so the door stays open, so we can start letting this breathe a little bit. Dad, you said closet?
He's like, yeah.
Okay, I see the closet. I'm gonna go.
Actually, you don't hear anything.
I see it. Do I see the closet?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna open the closet door.
You open the closet door, and your dad's sitting there going,
I like.
he looks
Tap
up at you,
on
he's
the-
like,
I tap him on the
fucking
forehead.
ow!
I tap him on the forehead. I can't pull the mask down. It's awful in here.
Oh,
I grab him. Does he look is he covered in bird attack?
Yeah, he's got scratch marks all over, like wherever the mask isn't. He's
Mhm.
got like he's like a balding head like me, so he's got scratch
Yeah.
marks all over his forehead. He's obviously was using his hands to ward them off, so he's got
Yeah.
scratch marks all over his arms.
Yeah. I look at him. I look at myself, and I go, and I mouth you can't see my mouth. I'm gonna pull down the mask for just a moment, and I'm gonna mouth, "Hey, we match," and then I'm gonna put it back on, and I'm gonna lead him out the door to get us out of this room.
Yeah, you can tell that you tossed it in there, but the room wasn't that big, so even in the closet, the air pressure was bad enough.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you take him out of the room. He's like, you lead him out of the room, take him down the hallway. Samantha, you have no problem diluting the stuff in the water. You flush it in the toilet, clean out the bucket. Let's go back to Lynx and Juniper and Old One Eye. You get Old One Eye to the surface, you said? Okay.
Yes.
So the elevator doors open up, and you start walking down the stairs, and you're in a covered area. And as you're in the covered area, you see two really big helicopters in the distance that are coming at a very rapid pace towards you.
Oh shit!
And when
So we've got the communication system up here, right? Would it radio to helicopters as well, or no?
what do you mean you got a communication? You got there's the desk.
There's the comm room up here, right?
No, that's on the 12th floor. You went
No,
up to
there
the
was just a
surface.
radio behind the desk.
Oh yes. I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
you're correct. There's a radio behind the desk.
That's what I was asking. So Lynx is gonna get on the radio, and inform them of what's going on.
Okay. How are you going to inform them? I got it. Hang on a second. Give me a tinker and a tech roll.
Well, I've got 3 in tech. Anyone want to lend me a hand? That's it.
Would that
This
be
is
mine?
to work the radio at all?
Huh?
I said, this is to work the radio at all? Or
This is a military grade communications radio, so you have to know what frequency you're looking for, etc., etc.
Okay.
And you would have to know what frequency the helicopters are on, because they're all going to use different frequencies for different things. Like there's a general comms frequency, there's a ship to ship frequency, etc., etc.
So
Okay, that's one success.
One success is all you need. You're just dialing through, just looking for some kind of chatter, and you finally hear them talking in that the aeronauts speak of, coming in Vector 1-5. We will be dropping first Alpha Strike Team off on the roof to access the main hatch on the ventilation system. Alpha Strike Team B will be dropping off out front to do a breach and enter through the front entrance.
So Lynx is going. What is the name of this base technically?
It doesn't actually have a name. They ever just refers it to as the base or the loop.
Lynx is going to go. Lynx to well, not Lynx. Loop to strike team. Loop to strike team.
A voice comes on. It's like, who is this?
This is so I am Dr. Stress's child, and I'm here with General Broadmeadow's daughter. We have an update on the base for you. You can get confirmation in a minute, but if you attack, things are going to go to hell in a handbasket. We have things settled. If you attack right now, you will be causing a strenuous situation to explode.
There's a few seconds of silence,
Just utter
and then
shock.
the helicopter is still moving forward.
This one. Can I do a heart charm roll with
Absolutely.
this?
Go ahead. One helicopter splits off from the other.
I'm getting a picture of this one.
Can I just say, I think all of us have had the, other than, not including myself, everyone has had the best rolls they've had all game.
No joke.
Right in time, right?
Yeah.
So that's 4 successes, buddy.
Jeez. Well, write your scene. What do you want to happen? Because you can basically talk them into just about anything unless it's incredibly ridiculous.
Lynx is going to have them set down and wait for further instructions from General Broadmeadow, essentially.
Okay, they won't do that. They will come, and they are going to come into the things that they will not stop doing. They will not stop coming in to access the base.
Oh, yeah.
They will not stop from going in and inspecting the base. But they will stand down from from an aggressive, if you don't know it, kill it.
Yeah.
To
I'm
you're
gonna
just
try and get them to do that.
yeah.
Essentially, I'm going because like Lynx is not trying to stop them from assessing what's happening. Lynx is trying to get them to not be aggressive when they are assessing the
Yeah.
situation.
So basically, they're now more in a seek and ascertain rather than seek and liberate type situation.
Yeah.
So yeah. So by the time they land, are you guys gonna go out front and meet them?
Yes.
Okay. So as you're doing that, Junie
Junie probably like once they land goes out front with one eye on her arm and is like,
Okay, now it's safe for you to go and talk to your people. They won't try to hurt you.
and One Eye kind of looks at he turns that one eye to you again, and he kind of looks at you, and he says, "I hope everything works out, white-haired girl."
Me too.
He says, and he like kind of just nods, and he just flies off.
I also just realized my dice go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 6, 6, 6.
That's
It was like
awesome.
a countdown.
It was.
All right, so
Final countdown.
for the most part, I think you guys have everything in resolve and handled at this point. So what would basically happen from this point on is Old One Eye would take off and try and find as much of the flock as he could and begin talking to them about what he spoke to you about. Your dad did keep and hold the pigeons and the other crows that were downstairs. He did not let them leave or anything like that. So,
That's fine.
but they continued discussing things with the pigeons.
I do at some point radio.
This will forever be known as the Pigeon Accord.
Accord. I do radio at some point and put it out over kind of like the all broadcast channel that I had set that I'd rigged the little walkie to, and I hope that One Eye can hear it off of some radio in the area because there's so many vehicles out here. I'm sure one of them picks it up. And I basically make a proclamation that she who kills has been killed, and her reign of tyranny is over for all bird kind.
For all birddom.
all hail One Eye, the true leader of the birds.
So many people are confused right now.
But the birds get it. The birds get it, and that's what
There's
matters.
some guy in some bunker room going, "Do we worship birds now?"
Yeah. I feel like the guys who, if there are guys who stayed up in the lobby with like Lynx and Judy, they just kind of like look at each other and it's like, "Oh, you didn't hear about the new bird religion?"
Actually, you've got two of the strike team that are like staying with you, guarding you.
I feel like this was very confused. She's like, "What? You didn't hear about the new bird
Link's is
religion?"
just thinking birds.
I was gonna say you can't really see their faces because they have the mask and gear on, but they're definitely looking at you. So yeah, so basically the entire situation begins to de-escalate rather quickly at that point. The special ops teams come in. They're sweeping the floors. They're letting people out of the enclosure rooms. They're getting everyone escorted out. They're doing an emergency evacuation of the building. The actual maintenance guys who worked on the actual the reactor get the reactor back into stable mode, and they avoid any further escalation of the shutdown process. Your Dr. Svets spends a lot of time with the general, discussing what they're planning on doing. After a few days, you guys are actually pulled in and debriefed as to what you're going to be allowed to say.
Fair.
There was a problem with the loop that caused a very large surge in electromagnetic activity, which causes animals in the area, especially birds, to begin acting abnormally and very aggressively. The problem has been rectified. The birds will now be acting normally, and there should be no more further problems with this, as all the things that led up to this anomaly have been corrected and the loop is functioning normally. Do you children understand?
Sure.
Raises her hand.
The general just goes, "Yes, Songbird."
Aw, you call me by my name. And because of damages, the government is going to pay for all of our college educations.
That would be nice.
To be fair, General, without the heads up that we gave you, I'm gonna be honest, I think this entire section of the state would have been blown off the map due to a catastrophic meltdown of both the loop and the reactor. I feel like that's not a terribly insane ask for saving your life and the life of several 100,000 people, realistically. Also, the destruction to the Hoover Dam and National Monument would have looked real bad on the U.S.
Plus the flooding downriver.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
the general's like, his face is getting red,
The whole,
and he
like,
puts his hands
bathroom.
on the edge of the table, and he begins pushing himself up, and Dr. Svets just grabs him by the arm and shoulder, and he's like, "Kids, I'll bring it up with him later. He's had a very stressful few days."
I offer
Tell me
him
about it.
What do you? Lee
Wait, you
holds
offer
up
what?
their arms
I offer
and
him a
it's just covered
cigarette.
in bird scratches. You think we didn't?
No, I said you don't even need to show yourself. Point at me.
Just does this.
I'm still in the wheelchair.
He was
So-
varsity before this started.
now he'll
So,
be lucky to warm the bench. This boy was
does
going on
anyone want to do
scholarship.
anything like
I
follow?
want to. There would have been a time frame where Robbie would have been kind of loose in the loop facility while things were being figured out. Can I roll a single sneak check and see if I could have made it to any kind of documents room? Because Robbie's entire thing, my entire goal, his what is it exactly? My drive is to discover what happened to my father overseas and to learn about the loops. I am looking for any information that could have tied to Vietnam and loop activity.
And Songbird would have given Robbie the key card too.
Gotcha.
I have that key card. I'm looking to in hell. I'm willing to. There'd have been hours before we could have gotten out of everywhere, and a lot of hustle and bustle. And realistically, I am willing to roll. I want to roll a sneak check and an investigation to see if I could find anything useful.
And to think I was
Here's the only stipulation I'm going to. Here's the stipulation I'm going to put on this. There are literal Wetworks teams moving through this building.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever successes you get, their dice pool and abilities to roll to find people who are hiding and sneaking through this building would outnumber your successes extensively, because they have spent a career and a lifetime doing what you're attempting to do for the first time. So that you're still a teenager.
Yeah,
And these are 30-year-old special forces
I also
people.
don't know that they're here.
Yes.
I don't know they're here. I guess you know what? I'll say
So
this.
what I was going to say is I'm going to give you one roll, because you'll be able to like try and break into a few rooms before you
That's all I'm going for.
before you get swept up in the clear. So go ahead and make me one roll.
You're gonna get recruited by bad men. Oh my god.
I would like to help by providing distraction and lookout.
I will give him the plus 2 dice.
Yeah. 'Cause if we get caught, I have an idea.
I have an idea if we get caught. Does it mean not getting shot?
That kind of scares me, Diamond.
Are we on the same page here, Diamond?
We might be on the same page.
We're on the same page. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, is your idea taking off your shirt and glomming onto him? Because they won't believe that.
4 successes.
4. I had 9 dice.
You break into a room.
I want to clarify. I'm not looking for physical files. I know there are computers in a lot of these rooms, and I'm trying to see if I can access anything.
Actually,
That's
you
what
break
I'm trying to
into
type.
a room
Okay.
that is labeled historic HR files and microfiche.
Okay.
And you discover that there are hundreds of files here. Way more than the number of people that actually work on the base. Like, no, not hundreds, thousands. And as you begin going through it, you see that there are files for every single employee that include microfiche items. You find a file for your dad that details his service overseas, what he was doing in Nam, details, what
The incident.
Yes. And you see that there's 3 more files with your dad's name that are labeled .A, .B, and .C.
You said they're on microfiche?
There's also microfiche in the files.
Okay. Can I roll a comprehend roll? There are thousands here. There are thousands. They're not going to notice if this goes missing. There's no way they're going to notice if this goes missing. Because there's no way I can copy all of this either in a quick enough amount of time for it to be useful. I'm going to steal it.
I was figuring you're going to end up having to steal it.
I'm wondering what took
Yeah,
so
I'm
long.
gonna steal it. Yeah. Yep, I have my satchel on me. I'm
Very
gonna unzip the one little hidden compartment in the satchel, shove this file in there with everything from that file.
Now, when I
Zip
say
it up.
file, the file is like this thick.
Okay.
Okay.
I got you.
You're taking only one of the files, Because
I'm-
each A, B, and C is the exact same. Was about the exact same thickness.
Oh, I have the duffel bag too.
Yep.
I'm gonna shove his main file in my bag. A, B, and C. I'm gonna shove into the duffel bag, and I'm gonna rearrange everything in that duffel bag to like set it, like get it
At the bottom?
secured at the bottom. We're gonna have to get rid of all these weapons.
Your woman's raising her hand, dude.
Songbird.
Go for it.
So Songbird brought the other duffel bag. In the duffel bag that Songbird had was also her backpack,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty much a satchel because it's what she used to like roller skate and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So Songbird is in the process of every time that we pass a room, Songbird is unloading like empty cartridges of like expended bullets and whatnot, and just like basically in these rooms that are going to be locked, leaving like weapons
Mm-hmm.
that we had used to make room, but ultimately to just get to her stuff, to pull out her own bag. And then she pulls out this old medical book that she's been reading and taking notes in,
Mm-hmm.
and then just puts a hand out to Robbie. She's like, give me one.
I hand you one, no questions asked.
And then shoves it in the medical book, and then we'll like flip to the back part of it and basically start like tearing out part of the binding of it
Mm-hmm.
to then replace like a whole section of this medical book with the files and replace like that folder specifically
With a stack of medical
with a
book.
stack of old, like outdated. This is probably a book from like the 60s.
Yeah.
Basically replacing like in the information in the back part of the book that she's already read, because it's like the index.
And I will
basically.
make it even better. It's basically a collection of old medical journals. So it's actually 11 by 11, 8.5 by 11, because it's just them reprinted and then bound.
And the entire cover of this book is like one of those like school book covers that you get, that's like the spandex one stuff, to make sure that you don't fuck up your class book and have to pay for it. It's one of those that's completely like drawn on and whatnot, and then just puts that in her backpack, and then puts another hand out, and it's just like, start handing me pages.
We work through making this happen. Yeah.
Songbird starts basically folding papers, putting them in like basically inside of her clothing,
Mm-hmm.
because who's gonna want to strip search a teenage girl? So, and basically just doing that, and then I'm assuming we're at probably nearing the end of doing all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, the way Robbie's gonna work this out, we're gonna have my dad's main file be the one that we replace,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yes.
his entire file his main file going missing. That's pretty noticeable. The other ones, maybe not. Who knows? Gonna replace that. Gonna give her the contents of A for her to distribute where she can. And then the contents of B and C, I'm actually going to remove
Mm-hmm.
or gonna fold over as best I can
Mm-hmm.
with the manila over it. Gonna electrical tape that I keep on me. Gonna tape it, and I'm gonna slide it into one of my jacket pockets and slide the other one in there. And the way those are situated, they kind of hug close to the body, so it's not gonna have bulges per se, because the jacket's already big on me, and it shouldn't shift around too much either. I hope.
And then probably the last part of this interaction is like, okay, so when somebody walks in here, what are we going to do? We're going to do like the horny teenager routine? Are we going to find me like injured and crying? Like, what are we going to do?
How about you doctoring me up? Because
Okay.
I'm actively bleeding in my face.
I can do that. That's
I am
easy.
covered in I am covered in dried blood. There are definitely things that have opened up on my arms when I was stabbing the osprey. Yeah, I think
Forget, guys, I was here, so I'll be already having like bringing medical stuff out because I'm pretty familiar with Songbirds. healing MO. So alcohol wipes, lots of alcohol
Well,
wipes.
she has
lots-
her first aid kit on her.
Mhm.
That
Songbird has a first aid
that
kit.
has been.
Hold on,
She has her
real quick.
first aid kit.
I want to retcon something. I'm not going to put those. I'm going to put one file into my bag, give the file to her, and I'm going to walk up to Sam and Warren. Warren, sit on this, and I'm going to lift his legs
Sit
up,
on
and
this.
slide one underneath him because they're
As,
not going to
as
remove.
you, as you shift on my legs, you're just hearing ow, 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 ow.
Look, I just take this. Sam, you have a bag too.
Yeah,
Take this file.
you got it.
And then we're going to put everything incriminating, all of any leftover weapons, flashbangs. I'm going to hide one pistol like in my pants. I'm
Yeah,
keeping one of
That down there.
their revolver that I shot the Osprey with is going to go kind of tucked away and hidden as best I can get it. But everything else incriminating is going to go in one duffel bag. The others are just our school bags. They're what we had on us, you know?
Mhm.
My question becomes, what did you do with the Osprey's body?
Oh, I tore a chunk of my shirt off and wrapped it up, and it is shoved into the satchel.
Gotcha.
Well, its head is.
Naturally.
The rest of
That's
its
what
body. The rest of its body is left in the hallway where it was originally killed at, but the head is in my bag.
So yeah, we're just basically gonna. She's actually going to start like basically patching up Robbie.
All right, so
Which is-
eventually
everyone can
you
take it
guys get found. Everyone gets escorted out of the building. Everything gets sorted. Like I said, your parents come and pick you up. A few days later, you go through the debriefing, where the general almost kills Robbie.
Yeah,
So-
it comes. Yeah, it comes.
It's basically about a week before you actually, before you get to actually spend time taking a look at the files again, Robbie.
Mm-hmm.
When you start reading over the files and looking through them, you see that there is one file. Each one of the files, the A, B, and C, there is on the top of each one of the documents. There's a huge stamp. Every document starts with UNKWD, and then there is a number. The first one is 00000, so that's 3 zeros, 135.
I don't have anything to write down. Diamond, could you please document what he is saying right now? Because I want to play with this later.
So yeah, 000.
In case we ever come back.
Exactly. Yeah.
135, and the second one is
Can this please come back on Walking Dead?
is 006482. The third one is 000057, and they all start with like UNKWD. And the main folder has just doesn't have a stamp on it at all.
Over the time period of me getting Bill back, y'all haven't seen me much. When y'all have come over, y'all noticed that the van has been cleared out for the most part. The old string wall that I had, this bastard behind me, has been completely stripped off. You've seen the maps that I had of the area of the U.S., the state we're in, and the city. You've seen crumpled and thrown into the garbage. The computer has been completely reset. Everything has been cleaned out. You also notice that I have not smoked weed at all since all this started happening. And you see that there is now a map of, do I see any other corresponding, when I start to read through this, when I start to skim, do I see any corresponding countries. Or
When you start to skim, your dad's. Are you? I'm assuming you're looking at the main file first.
I'm looking at the main file first to see any deployment locations other
Yes.
than Vietnam.
Yes.
Okay. We can go over that later without
Yes.
sitting here forever.
Yes.
But you notice multiple. What you see now is maps of different countries with several dots, like several little points on them. You do start seeing a whole new wall go up. It is far more contained than the last one. There seems to be a lot more rhyme and reason to this one.
All right.
Yep.
Does anyone have anything else they want to do before we? What
What
about
did Junie do?
what about Junie and Lynx?
What did Judy and Lynx do? Oh god.
Well, first off, Juniper gets grounded until she dies for killing her mom's car. You're muted. But yeah, Junie gets grounded until she dies for killing her mom's car, which is quickly replaced about after a month of grounding. She is quickly alleviated from grounding as the federal government replaces your mom's car with a brand new convertible. This one's in powder baby blue, which apparently your mom really loves.
Yes.
And so once she gets the brand new convertible, she says, "Okay, I may have been a little bit too harsh. Everything was gone to chaos." She says, "I tell you what, since I got this incredible new car, I have a gift for you." And she hands you a pair of keys. It's in the garage.
Is my car finally back from the
Free for-
impound lot?
She's like, "No, sweetie, I got you a new car." Do you go run to the garage?
Yes.
You run to the
I know where
garage.
this is going.
It is her beat up, trashed convertible.
Yeah.
Hey, that car was still
Misadventure
functioning.
car.
And she, as you're standing in the garage looking at the trash, because you haven't seen it, as you still looking at the trash convertible, your mom comes walking in and puts her hand on your shoulders, and she says, "Yeah, you're never borrowing my car again."
That's fair. That's fair. Can't even be mad at that.
Good thing you've got friends who fix cars for fun.
Warren,
A week later, when you eventually get it to Robbie's house, he looks at it. 2 months.
2 months and $5,000.
Oh, no money.
He'll steal all the parts.
Junkyards, man. Junkyards.
He's like, 2 months and don't try and match any serial numbers.
Basically.
I'm not going to ask any questions.
Warren, what do you end up doing?
Probably not much considering the broken legs. Besides actually, keeping it up and staying off of it. Now I have a chance to.
Yep, you quickly, because you're the popular kid, you having a broken leg with all the chaos that happened, you quickly become once again a center of attention as people are trying to find out what happened and they want to know what your stories were. Of course, you guys are under strict orders that you speak of this to no one.
Oh, we have federal grade NDAs.
Yeah.
Yeah, jail time.
Yeah.
I'd probably
Yeah.
say, just because where Lynx and Warren are good friends, especially after saying what happened with their parents, that Lynx kind of pulls the whole scene from Hercules where they're Phil, just to help me hide. Remember where Phil does the whole like he's out on the veranda and everyone just like runs out.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that level of of
Oh, I know. I know
Fandom.
it's not that level.
I'm
but
just
still
saying that,
still
it's
pulling that kind of stuff to
but-
help me be able to hide.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's basically just a situation of people are constantly asking you questions and you don't say anything because what the fuck are you supposed to say? And because you're just like everyone else, you have cuts all over you got the broken leg, everything like that. And so you basically eventually the story starts spreading that you were part of you helped with the liberation of the base from terrorists, and your injuries were caused by that and everything like that. So your reputation just gets bigger.
Which makes Warren go, God damn it, considering his thing is about saying like not just supposed to be normal.
Warren, you and your mom
Yeah.
and Juniper's dad, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So your
Oh,
mom.
no. Link's is
Lynx's dad. Yeah, sorry. It was Lynx's dad.
Yeah, because Juniper's mom is the divorce lawyer
Yes.
Okay.
for
Yeah,
the
they're-
doctor.
Yeah, our mom. So Lynx's mom and his dad were the ones who had the
Yeah.
affair.
Yes.
Yep.
So they end up getting a house pretty much in the same neighborhood that you live in,
Ooh.
and they move in together shortly after you're back on your feet.
And
No.
Warren's parents go like, I'm gonna go live with mom.
And yeah, I'm gonna live with mom, but you still have a room over there for visitation
Oh,
and everything like
yeah.
that. And that's pretty much
Little brother.
yeah, little brother.
They essentially spouse swap.
Pretty much. But the
Okay.
the other spouses are not necessarily dating; they're more like a support group for each other because their spouses were horrible.
I'm actually
Yeah.
wondering how much Junie's mom helped the victims of the affair just like royally fuck the divorce settlements, like make it where like the dad's paying out the rear and alimony.
Well, the big thing is that they,
Like Warren's dad, I mean, not
Yeah.
the doc.
with all the chaos that happened, with everything that went on, there's a big thing of everyone just wants to settle and get on with their lives because all the chaos that just happened. So it actually ends up being a fairly amicable divorce. There's a lot of hurt feelings and everything like that, but there's not a lot of vendetta to it. So it's not a massively horrible situation because your parents may have had an affair together, but they ended up actually connecting and ended up moving in together. So it at least there was that, if you can take anything positive from that situation.
Oh yeah.
And so you and Lynx are not step siblings yet, but it's weird.
Might as well be.
It's really odd. We have feelings about this. We're not sure how to process this. Warren and Lynx just kind of do their thing, and like they don't have like a sibling dynamic. They have a you exist dynamic.
You exist.
I accept your existence.
It's
in my
especially
life.
weird when your visitation weekends come on the same weekend and you're both living in the same house for a weekend.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I just love the awkward looks on her face.
Who cleans the
It
bathroom?
was just kind of like I'm gonna go hide in my room now.
So, and Samantha,
What?
you're basically your situation, it doesn't change too much.
Nope.
The only thing is, and this is the only thing that actually cool that happens, is when your parents are all picking everyone up, Dr. Schwartz goes over to your dad when he's picking you up, and he
Yeah.
says, I just wanted to let you know that Robbie kept your daughter safe and made sure she was okay. He don't know what the fuck happened with y'all. And he says, so,
Hence the look.
huh? Yeah. He says, just know that these kids helped each other out a lot. And your dad kind of looks at him strangely, and he's like, okay. And he like takes you home, and he's like really quiet the entire trip home. And whenever you actually say you're gonna go over to Robbie's to check, because you go to try and check on Robbie because he's been really quiet and everything like that and hasn't come around.
I want to bring him food, make sure he's not just eating Cheetos. Or
Actually,
whatever.
Robbie's dad ends up being given like 2 weeks off with pay.
Well, that's nice.
Mainly, because things happened and they were crazy. And so Robbie, you and your dad actually spend some time together. More than you usually do.
Oh, there was definitely in that time frame, there was definitely some conversations and commiseration. I do not say a word to him about his file.
Mm-hmm.
None of that is mentioned because I know he would not want me to know anything. And it's probably illegal that I do, but
It's definitely illegal that you have it.
oh, for sure, 100% illegal. But I do make a point to try to commiserate with him, and I do express all of my feelings about the situation. Something we don't do. We don't have those conversations. But there's definitely a night, probably 3 or 4 days after everything, after we're debriefed, where I break down in front of my dad for the first time, and we have a serious conversation.
And I was going to say, and after everything that happened and everything you guys went through,
I do eventually ask him where Mom is.
Gotcha. So one of the things that happens, and that conversation is going to be more extensive, so we can have that. Yes, Lynx.
Yeah.
I think Lynx and Junie also announces both a PR move and a coming out move. That one, they're no longer rival bands, and two, that they are now together.
Yes.
And it is one of the biggest talks of the town. Partially to get everything off of Warren, because Warren really kind of just wants to be left alone. And Lynx, even though, again, Lynx does treat Warren like, I just tolerate your existence, Lynx will treat him like a little brother in that respect. Like, no, that's my little shit. Leave him alone.
And it's like, y'all can't mess with him. That's my job.
Yeah, that's my job now.
Yep. So, Robbie, but what ends up happening is, after everything settles and you guys have that long discussion, your dad actually he takes one of the, because he's got the 2 weeks off, he actually takes an extended leave and he checks himself into rehab.
Good.
And he's trying to do better.
Good.
All right. So I think that's a wonderful place to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What
it's
does-
Songbird.
What does Songbird do?
Songbird.
Oh crap! Yeah.
I know. I actually had something. I just forgot about it because we were talking about everything
You
else.
always forget somebody at the
I
end
always
of
forget
each
somebody
game.
because ADHD is a thing. Songbird, your aunt is like, she comes up to you and she's like, after everything that's happened, we've got two choices.
Okay.
Number one, we move you probably out to your grandparents and get you a place out there for your parents and you, and get you as far away from this place as possible because this place is crazy. Or number two, your parents sign over your conservatorship for you to me, and you move in with me.
They didn't already do that? They were supposed to. I literally gave them the paperwork to do that last year.
Your mom didn't want to lose you, and she felt that if you were living with me, that she would lose any connection she had to you. That's the only reason they were letting you stay alone in that house when they were out tramping around the country.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to add to this. I think we can swing this to work in our favors. And they'll think it's their idea.
She was looking at you with a raised eyebrow.
Okay, so, you know those giant buses people turn into like RVs?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
How much do you think the house is worth?
She's like, I know exactly how much the house is worth. Half the time I have to make a payment for them because they forgot to.
Oh, I know. That's also my job. I'm the one who has to drop the payment bills off at the post office and the gas company and the water company and all that. Anyways, so I'm thinking, I know where the deed to the house is.
Mm-hmm.
So, because they're supposed to be coming into town sometime soon to be here and whatnot,
Mm-hmm.
to be present and be parents, I'm gonna convince them to ground me,
Okay.
which is not hard.
Considering
just
they'll
gonna-
be leaving town again, they can't really enforce it. Got it.
Oh no, I'm gonna convince them to ground me because I'm gonna start talking like grandma. I'm gonna just basically start talking like grandma
So
and
you're
saying
gonna-
how you know. I'm gonna become grandma temporarily. I'm really good at it sometimes. It's why grandma thinks that I'm like her favorite. I'm also her only grandchild. Anyways, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna convince them to ground me for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
And then during that week, do you know anybody who knows like a real estate agent?
Sure.
Okay, so during that week, I'm gonna deep clean the house because I've been needing to do it anyways. I just haven't had the time with the birds. I'm gonna deep clean the house and make it like really nice, like on TV,
Mm-hmm.
like how they have like the really nice houses and whatnot.
No, I get
I'm
what
gonna
you're
make-
saying. I'm trying to figure. Where
Yeah.
are you going with this?
I'm gonna basically like start dropping hints that I really think it would be better for them and better for me if they took like sold this house and lived a nomadic life like they always dreamed of, because I'll be 18 in 2 weeks and I'll technically be an adult. So if they just ground me until I'm an adult, then they aren't the boss of me anymore. And then I'm going to tell them, well, I'm an adult now and I want to go to medical school. And it's better for me to be around somebody who can help me with my homework to get into medical school. And also, I need you guys to like go do like the traveling stuff so you can scout out what the best colleges for me to go to are. But then also like, I don't want to have to worry about taking care of the house because I need to get ready to like apply to colleges.
It won't be hard to convince them of much of anything.
Exactly.
Especially if you tell them that they get to go roam around the country in their own RV.
Exactly. And then they'll have like RV money, and then they'll have enough money to where they won't need to like bother grandma and grandpa for anything for a while.
We'll have to figure out some way to put them on an allowance. Otherwise, they won't have the money for long.
Oh no, I already figured that out too. You can like make it like a trust fund thingy majig, and it only dispenses so much money over a period of time. And like I think one of their buddies who like made me this really weird vase once, he like apparently like is really good with like bank account stuff. So like I think we can just like ask him for help about like setting that up and have him like tell them how it works and how they can like maximize their investment and stuff like that. They're only allowed to hang out with him like a little bit because he's a little weird in like a really weird way, because my parents are like weird, but he's like weird.
How
But
about
like
we just get an estate planner to set it all up?
I mean, but the house still needs to be cleaned anyways, and I would like to be grounded like a normal kid for once.
Oh no! I meant afterwards when we're doing all the things.
Oh, that works.
Your parents' friends, no matter how friendly they may be, they still scare me.
I mean, they scare me too, and I grew up with them my entire life. I did get to meet some cool people. I saw my babysitter in like a rock and roll magazine once, and that was a little weird. But yeah, so like we're just gonna convince them.
She stops
to...
and she says, "Your babysitter was Lita Ford."
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
It was before her first big album really dropped, when she was like going around as a backup, as a guitarist for other bands. And so your parents would take you on the road because you were too little to leave at home. And Lita really loved kids, so whenever
she makes some awesome chocolate chip cookies.
she
So,
she likes that type of stuff.
yeah, you should date her. That'd be nice. Then I could have her in my life forever. But anyways, I don't know if you go that way. That's a conversation for a different occasion.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then Songbird will basically sit down with her aunt and then plan out this entire scheme of like freedom for her parents, but also like taking this burden off of her. But she also gets to be like a normal teenager for a little bit of just being grounded.
And
For,
for
like-
like clean the house.
And,
Yeah, grounded to do exactly what she wants.
exactly. And so
Is it really being grounded if it was your idea in the first place?
Plus, in all honesty, think about it this way: if you get the things, if you sell the house, use the money to set up the trust, buy the RV, give them set up the trust, your parents are going to stop asking your grandparents for money.
which means the grandparents can focus on Songbird. And she is
Getting
basically
Songbird into the best medical school.
pretty much, and she is going to then use all of the spare time she has because I think the last time she probably saw Robbie was to basically give the back half of the medical book, which would have just been the entire medical book.
Yeah.
Because it's a little awkward just to hand to stack papers, and it's all of the papers that Songbird had hidden on her also, like kind of between pages, organized. And I imagine she would have skimmed through some of it and seen country names, and then asked her aunt. It's like, so I have a question. There's like a thing I read about once called like Doctors Without Borders.
Yes.
That's like starting to get popular. How hard is it to get into that?
It's actually really easy. The only thing they want is people with who are fully licensed in the United States, because the accreditations you have here you can apply to basically just about anywhere else, and they just need you to validate your degree and that you finished your that
med school stuff.
Med school, yes.
If I just go to med school and do the med school thing,
No, you have to
and
you have to finish your internship too. You have to be a full MD.
Okay, so like I just do the full scale and become a doctor. How hard is it to learn? And then Songbird like lists off in her. How hard is it to learn 5 languages?
I barely speak 2. But I have no idea. It depends on the person. I mean, you're smart, sweetie. I don't doubt that you can learn and
It'll be fine. So like I think what I want to do, because like life planning is a thing that like people do, I think I'm gonna tell the guidance counselor, who doesn't like me very much, but it's fine. I think he just thinks I'm weird, but it's fine. I think I'm gonna tell him that I want to go to med school, but I also want to be a translator. Do you think that he can like get me into like the community college courses for like language stuff with my grades?
Number one, you just tell him you want to go pre-med, which will cover that, and just tell him you want to get a minor in linguistics.
See, this is why I ask you questions. This is a lot easier. All right, cool. So we can do that, and we'll start planning on that. And I might have made a marriage pact with Robbie. So Robbie might be your nephew-in-law, and like Songbird thinks about it, 12 years.
She's like, if you guys make it like 9 months without telling me it's official, I'll be happy.
Oh no, my plan is to marry him, divorce him, and give him a bunch of money so him and his dad can actually have a good life. But I need to be a doctor first.
I don't think that's going to be up to you when it finally comes down to it. When Robbie pulls his head out of his butt and finally wakes up, I don't think you're going to be able to get rid of him.
People change. But
I mean, if you need to get rid of him, just remember, bury him head first with lots of lye.
that hurts the environment. It's so much easier just to find like an accident that happened somewhere.
You'd be surprised how hard it is to find a really convenient accident.
This is why I don't have an uncle.
I'm not talking about this anymore. And she gets up and leaves the room.
All right. Songbird goes cleaning.
I'm not talking about this anymore.
And basically does the entire fucking plan of getting rid of her parents and freeing them from the shackles of being parents.
I'm okay with it.
I feel like everyone would join Songbird to try and help clean the house. So that week.
Oh yeah.
Because your parents definitely came in, were there for like 3 days, and then fucking left again.
Yep.
For sure. So yeah.
Most definitely.
No, they probably, because of all the chaos, they probably actually managed to stay 2 whole weeks.
Right.
Really?
And I think Songbird would have given Lynx and Junie money to go to the pizza shop and get like a bunch of pizza to just go like deliver to the base and tell your dads that this is for the birds if they're still there. And like, I promise pizza. And I think Songbird would have tried to convince Jello to stay.
I'm about to say, did anyone get Jello?
Oh yeah.
No one's mentioned
No,
it yet.
immediately.
Oh yeah, we've definitely gone back and extracted Jello from the police department.
That was already predetermined.
Okay, just double
Yeah.
checking, because I just realized none of us have brought up Jello, and then you mentioned if the birds were still here. I'm like, oh shit, Jello.
Yeah, like that would have been like before the conversation with her aunt. That would have
Jello
been
was
something
back at the
And
police
if the
station.
birds aren't
So.
still
Yeah.
there,
We went and got Jello.
and if the birds aren't still there, then it's for the people at the base.
Yep.
Exactly.
Remember
got
what you
bullied
left
by a
Jello
bunch of
with?
children. Donuts.
So when you get back to the police station, Jello is passed out in an empty box of donuts.
I just he's out. And I like pick him up. Is he just like out?
You
Like
pick him
none.
up, and this is something you've never heard before. A bird belches.
I just I open the front top pocket of fucking, or the front bottom pocket, and I just like put him in the pocket with his head hanging out, so he can just be there. So when he does wake up, he's not confined in a dark space. And I definitely take him, and he lives in my basement bedroom.
Oh my god.
He has his own little space. I leave the little window open so he can go in and out as he pleases.
The worst part about it is eventually Jello learns how to use the phone, and he orders pizza all the fucking time.
Yes.
Yep.
With sardines.
If everyone's confused when they get to the door and a pigeon is answering.
No, the instructions
With like
basically
a
say
$5 bill in his hand.
leave the pizza at the door, the tip's under the mat.
Oh no! It says they already know my number,
Yeah.
and the rule is you leave the pizza by the window to the basement. They know the deal. They know who I am.
Yeah, I think so. Over the process of like people coming over and helping Songbird clean, there's probably a day where it's just Songbird and Robbie,
Mm-hmm.
and Songbird tells Robbie that like, yeah, I'm gonna go to med school. I'm gonna get a minor in linguistics so I can learn maybe like 5 languages, and I'm gonna go and do Doctors Without Borders, and you're gonna come with me.
Do you tell him which 5 languages?
Yes.
He pulls out 2 like beginner's guide to both Mandarin and Vietnamese, and then just puts them back in. He figured you would look.
All right.
He's already working on learning how to speak the languages.
So yeah, we need to figure out something that you can do that like, so whenever you're traveling with me, because like I figure we can do this after we get married, because then you'll legally be my spouse and they can't tell me that I can't bring my husband with me.
I'm a real good mechanic, and
See?
things always need to be fixed.
All right, so we have a deal. Also, I think I shot just as many birds as your dad, so your dad's not paying for the wedding. But he doesn't seem like against if you wear a skirt to the wedding. So, but he is going to walk you down the aisle to something. We haven't decided what song yet. But your dad also told me that I have to marry you because you're an idiot.
It's Wedding by Billy Idol. That's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do Robbie and
No,
Songbird end up
it's White
dating?
Wedding by Get Jinx. Gosh.
Hold on, we got 5 voices going on.
Sorry.
1 second. I heard nothing.
I was just asking, do Robbie and Songbird actually end up dating?
I think so, but it's I don't know when we're gonna come back to these characters. I mean, we're probably, because right now Robbie's in his junior year,
Mm-hmm. Again.
and he's not gonna like he's gonna have round 3. He is buckling down, but we're past that. He's going into his
You'd probably make enough credits to make it to your senior year, honestly.
yeah, I'll probably just make it into my senior year, and he'll be turning, his birthday's in September, so he'll be turning, he'll be 18 when the school year starts.
So will she.
Yeah, but yeah, probably. Depending on when we come back, it would be 6 to 8 months before it happened. Like, Robbie's dealing with a lot of shit internally right now.
Mhm.
That's not a good idea to go towards that. But for sure, Songbird helps him heal. And he realizes he's been dumb for a long time.
Yeah, she is oblivious. Like, she doesn't realize, like, if these two end up dating, she doesn't realize they're dating. It's probably Junie or Lynx or Samantha who's like, so how long have you two been dating? Oh, I don't remember. Who's dating who?
It
And
definitely
What?
happens, like, naturally. Like, it just kind of falls into it kind of thing.
yeah,
Like, we've all known those people who were dating, and then it's like, oh yeah, they've been dating for a minute, haven't they? Shit.
No. What happens is that Robbie and Songbird and Lynx and Junie are on a double date, and Junie says something about it being a double date.
Yeah,
He says something
that's
about it.
definitely what happened.
They've been together for like 2 months at this point. there has never been any kind of like no kissing, no nothing.
No
It's just
discussion.
been the most like platonic dating in the world.
Let's see that's like the perfect how the turntables have turned moment type deal, considering what Songbird did to you too.
You know what? I don't think
Yeah.
Robbie
No,
realized.
I didn't think it's been dating.
No, they just start doing it and they don't realize it because nothing really changes
Mhm.
Yeah,
until somebody else points it out for them.
there's kind of a look.
And
Yeah,
that's
but-
when they start getting more in the, oh yeah, I guess we are dating.
Oh.
And that's when they start kissing. So that's what this is.
And that's when they start kissing.
Oh no! And when you're saying white wedding via the wedding, that's when you have Jinx perform that
yeah,
song.
100%. Yeah, they both get
So is the
Yeah.
new band Jinx?
jinxed.
Jinx.
Jinxed. Yep, for sure.
Okay, so so if you guys ever want to come back to these characters, we definitely can. We can definitely play more Tales from the Loop. We are going to have to make some adjustments because you guys are older than the standard people from Tales from the Loop. We might just turn it over to Monster of the Week or something like that.
I was thinking that would be just keep the
That's
more
probably a
sci-fi
good idea
theme.
for us to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
keep more of a sci-fi theme as opposed to
Mhm.
opposed to standard monsters for sure. But
Yeah.
yeah,
And I do love me some Monster of the Week.
Absolutely.
never
So-
got to play.
Oh,
Well, I'm
really?
sure there's
It's-
also
yeah.
sci-fi, like actually sci-fi based, powered by the Apocalypse Cave.
There probably is.
Yep.
We can definitely look it up.
That too.
All right. So, but thank you guys so much. This was a fucking blast. I am so happy that we
We've been
ran
saying
this.
this was going to be the last episode for like 3 episodes. So it was finally the last episode, guys.
Yeah, I know, but it took a
I would
little while to get it.
apologize. and say sorry it took. We ran an hour and 10 minutes over, but I'm not.
I know.
Um,
It was
yeah.
great.
As a thing, as a mile marker for me as a TTRPG player, this is the first campaign I've ever finished.
Seriously?
Yeah, dead serious.
Wow.
I don't
Only
get
the
to play a
second.
lot.
This is only
I
my
don't-
second.
I don't get to play a lot. I
This
don't.
is my
Oh
third.
no, it's my
Other
third. It's my
games.
third.
Yeah, this is my second.
Yeah, because my
it-
first there's the
it-
3.5. Wait,
Oh wait, are we
No,
counting
this is my-
long shots?
fourth. I'm not including one shots personally.
If we're counting long shots, then this is fourth of it.
Yes, because I got 2 3.5 campaigns under my belt. I got Gods of Orlea Phase 2, and then this.
Yep. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but it happens.
With
And now we
Ray
get
as my
stuff-
GM, this is only the second for me.
That's because I never
Now,
end campaigns.
I'm aware.
I was saying now we get to start playing the trauma for Walking Dead.
Oh yeah, and you all are
Yeah.
playing yourselves in Walking Dead, yes?
I
I haven't
believe.
decided that yet.
Yeah, I think so.
Gotta say,
I'm more likely will. I haven't decided.
Okay. You don't have to. You can play fictionals too. But
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
all play yourselves, we're going to have to decide on a point of origin for when the campaign starts. It doesn't like you can have come from wherever you live now, but we're going to have to
Yeah.
decide on a city everyone comes from, is in or near.
Yeah.
All right.
Like how we all meet. Essentially.
Yes.
we'll talk about
We
this when
we
we're
could
on
make
the
it
path.
easy and just say Georgia.
Georgia. So let's go ahead and let us say goodnight to everybody and let folks tell us where they can find them. We will start this evening with Miss Liz. Miss Liz, where can people find you on the mighty interwebs?
You can find me at various iterations of @MissList and @MissList2 on pretty much all of the social medias. The iteration depends on my mood and what was available when I tried to make the account. Otherwise, you can find me here on Wednesdays. We have a couple of one-shots coming up for the rest of the holidays. After the new year, we'll be back for a few more episodes of Between Two Worlds and then back to regular Kingdoms of Mist. Not next week, but the week after. So December 30th, you can find me one last time on Saturday morning on the Starfield for the finale of our Vampire the Masquerade game. We've teamed up with the Grandma Hunter, and this is going to be really interesting. And then towards the end of January, you'll be able to find me on the Starfield on Monday nights playing Werewolf the Apocalypse.
Boom, boom. The most romantic game ever. Werewolf
Yes.
the Apocalypse.
Yes.
Puppies in love. But anyway.
Any World of Darkness game, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, well. I think werewolf is the least romantic. Diamond, where can we find you on the massive interwebs?
Hi there, my name's Amanda Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I'm a content creator who makes lots of different kinds of content, including cosplay content and other things that you can find on my Beacons link, beacons.ai/Diamond. And you can find me on Dinner and a Game on Tuesdays. This coming Tuesday is going to be our last episode of Small Town Life, our Monster of the Week game, which is, we thought this last Tuesday was going to be our last episode, but apparently not. So we got one more in us, apparently. And it's going to be our lovely Starshine Stories birthday. So you should definitely drop by and send some birthday love. But also make sure that we don't make Em cry.
Good luck with that.
No, that's what
Good
she
luck
wants.
with that.
I can guarantee you that's what she wants.
It's
M will cry. I guarantee it. If you get too wholesome,
I also
cry.
have to fix the M cried command in chat so it works.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's literally a command for this channel for how many times M cries.
So, but we do go on Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, and then after the holiday break, we should be back to Emerald Sanctum.
Oh, yeah.
Which we left off at a we left off at a lot.
Yeah.
So we'll be getting back into that on Thursdays, not this coming Thursday because we are on a holiday break until sometime in January. You can find me on World Tree Quest playing the soon-to-be level 5 character, Mosine Luce Vestra, who is currently 4 levels in Battle Master Fighter. I don't know if I'm taking a 5th level, if I'm going with something different for a multi-class.
If you own one of these,
we did lose a party member to necrotic damage, which took them below 0, so they did die.
Who
We all
died?
mourned.
I didn't watch last week.
Ellenson died,
Oh.
but Ellenson's player was planning on leaving anyways, so it was more of the player made the choice that this is a perfect ending for
Our
their
cameras aren't showing.
Oh, I got it.
Oh.
That was an accident. Go ahead.
Ellenson's player made the choice that, this is a perfect story ending for Ellenson. And we had a pirate's funeral for Ellenson, and her memory is now quite literally carved into our Wreckborn Reaver. So he will never forget his best friend. We even got to speak with Dead to ask a few final questions and get some closure for our characters. But now everyone is in the different stages of mourning, which is going to be really interesting for our party dynamic. But we will most likely be coming back on January 11th. I believe that is that Thursday. It's just kind of going to depend on scheduling stuff. But you can also find me in a couple one-shots here and there. Follow my socials, and I will usually post whenever those go up. I also have I have a Discord that you can join, and I always post whenever I'm live somewhere, so you can also do that, which is at my Beacons link. I am also the administrative assistant and a social media person for GCRIM 305, a sex worker-led nonprofit foundation based in the Miami-Dade County that is basically something made to say sex workers deserve to unionize, sex workers for real work, but also we are an outreach program that provides mutual aid to our community when it's needed. Tomorrow, if you are in Miami, Florida area, there is something called Slut Walk 2023 going on, Slut Walk Miami, where they will be doing a march, and a lot of people are going to be wearing red and dressed up all nice, rain or shine, where they will basically be celebrating the International End Violence Against Sex Workers Day, which is going to be really lovely. I'm so excited to see the home-based team, because I am their long-distance member, sharing the fruits of our labor for the past couple of months. It's been a lot of planning, and I'm so proud of all of them. But their link to their organization is in my Beacons link as well as the link to the Ko-Fi shop for the Vampires of Color zine Volume 2, where I have a writing piece in it called Fellowship and Ferocity, which Ray has. We still have a couple physical copies left if you want to buy it for yourself.
I think there was I think because it showed me the count, I think it was like 12 left.
Yeah, we've got a handful left. And then if you want to get the PDF versions of it, there's also an After Dark version that I also have another piece of writing in. And yeah, if you want to see what cool stuff I've done, you can come follow me on my socials, but also definitely check out the nonprofit stuff I've been working on. I'm very proud of it. And if you are a BIPOC creator within the TTRPG sphere, I did make a post on Twitter where you can promo yourself, because I want to be able to retweet some people's pinned posts that they comment with, so I can help you reach new audiences.
Absolutely.
But that's me.
And only a little bit of stuff. Next, we go over to the Hipster GM. Where can people find you on the mighty interwebs?
You can find me on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads as _hipster_GM. I have not been posting much anywhere because I've started reading the Percy Jackson books, well, listening to them, and being autistic, I get hyper-focused. That being said, in 2 weeks, over the past 2.5 weeks, I have listened through 12 of the books.
Jeez.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell you about the Egyptian series.
oh, that's the one I'm on right now.
Oh, okay.
I've already made my way through the first two, the Olympians, Heroes of Olympus, and I've got 3 hours left of the second book in the Kane Chronicles. Yeah, I'm tearing through it. I'm having a good time. I've posted 2 videos about that on TikTok, and I'm probably going to post more here soon. But yeah, I'm a little inactive at the moment. I got a hyperfixation, so it happens
Yeah.
a lot.
Rio Dan has become one of my favorite authors.
Oh,
because-
he's phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's phenomenal.
Yep.
I didn't read him as a kid, and if I had, God, I would have been into mythology so much faster than I was. It would have been unhealthy. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what I read my son to sleep with.
Yep. All right.
But yeah, so find me there. I'm doing nothing.
And next we go over to Geek Girl Lissa. Where can we find you on the mighty interwebs?
You can find me in all the places with the buttons as Geek Girl Lissa. Only exception is a couple gamer tags where it doesn't let me have full username. But typically TikTok, Twitch, Threads are the 3 that I'm mainly on. You can find me every Wednesday over on twitch.tv/Beggar Street. I am the editor-in-chief of a Masking Generation actual play over there. That is chaotic as hell and fucking hilarious. Just glitter IBM. Yes, that's all I have to say. My players are wonderful. I also pull my hair. But beyond that, just be on the lookout. Obviously, I'm going to be here on Fridays doing things. Walking Dead, and the other one that will be coming up that I'm not able to announce yet, and things. And yeah.
That's all the things. And next we have Celtic Wyvern King. Where can we find you on the mighty interwebs?
So obviously you can find me here every other Friday, where we're playing Best Days and soon moving into our Walking Dead campaign. On the opposite Fridays, you can find me on my own channel where we are doing a Stargate TTRPG actual play. Where last session, our Jaffa character found out what it's like to have 30 shots of espresso. That was fun. And they are a Tritonin Jaffa, so they don't have the gold symbiote anymore. It's the drug that essentially simulates what the gold larva would do for the immune system. So yeah, it was definitely fun.
How's their heart?
I randomly rolled so their heart was going 200 beats a minute.
Jesus.
I mean, hey, their bodies are still stronger than normal humans, so they can still handle that. But you can also find me starting in the new year Mondays over on Halfling Wizards channel, as there's going to be 2 campaigns I'll be part of there. One is a 5e system, one is a brand new system that I'll be playing that I'm really excited to do, because one, I'll be playing class I've yet to play as a 5e, and then obviously the other one's a new system, so we all get to learn as we go.
Always
and then you
fun.
guys find, oh yeah, no, I've already done a one shot with it. It's a fun system. It's very easy to learn.
Cool.
And then you can also find me on TikTok under Celtic Wyvern King as well. I've been posting a little bit, not actual skits, but it's random videos. For example, I did the Digimon Frontier filter, because that's the Digimon I grew up on. And I was I got the human thunder spirit. Granted, I would rather have gotten the freaking fire spirit, but oh well. But fire, let it all burn.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Excellent. Thank you very much. And of course, you can find Dinner and Games links on our link tree, which is in chat right now, as are the links to all these creators' amazing content. If you want to do anything to give someone a big serotonin boost, if you go to any creator's link and hit a follow on any of their socials, we all appreciate it. We will make content regardless because it's what we enjoy doing. But when we see that follow button get clicked, that means someone took that extra time, and we really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take this happiness and we're going to go raid out to someone else. We're going to discuss who we're going to raid in just a second. But before that, remember at Dinner Game, we always save you a seat at the table. Please take care of yourself. Social distance where you can. Wear a mask when you can. We need you to take care of you so you can always join us when you can to enjoy our content and all these other creators' contents, and the only way you can do that is if you're safe and healthy. We want to remind you all that Gen Con is going to be incredibly hard to book rooms for this year because there is a fucking concert in downtown Indianapolis the same weekend as Gen Con. Yeah, so do not hesitate when they announce that the room bidding opening up, and get in there and do it immediately. Like, save up, start saving now, because you're going to need to be in there fast, because those rooms are going to disappear like mad. And it's like Blink 182 or something like that, so it's not even a small band, it's a big band. So it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, the first year I went, they had a Rob Zombie concert.
Oh God, that traffic went for that.
I will tell you guys the story when we're not on stream.
Gotcha.
I know some of you have heard it, but I'm not sure all of you.
Yeah.
Got it. So also remember, also other announcements on the 26th of January, on the opposite Friday of this game, our Cyberpunk Red campaign is going to be starting up, which is Geek Girl Alyssa is going to be in. We also have Red Queen Hales in it. Hyrethal is going to be in it, and who else is in it? I forgot. One other person. My brain went out my ear though. Cove. Cove is going to be in it. Huh?
Why that her name sound familiar?
Who?
The one after Red Queen.
Hyrethal?
Yeah. Oh, Hythrall. Okay, it is. Yeah. It's not even said it's on top of Hythrall, where it was like longer.
No, it's Hyrethal.
Okay, yeah, I know that. Oh, they're awesome.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I love their content.
Yep, and they're going to be on there too. Also,
lightsaber content.
Also on Sunday mornings, Crafty Mirage is going to be running a 5e game based on Wild by the Witchlight. That is going to be starting on, I do believe, January 10th. No, that's 10th. That's Wednesday. January 13th, I think, is when that's going to be starting up. Crafty works retail, so we postponed the meet until after the holidays because. So anyway, other than that, though, thank you all very much for having joined us tonight. We really appreciate it. Really appreciate you being here for the end of the campaign, and we're going to raid someone else. So stick around for a few seconds while we set that up. And when you get there, give them some love. Let them know Dinner and a Game sent you. Give them a follow if you can, because again, that is the biggest serotonin boost we can possibly get. Thank you for everything, y'all. Have a very, very good night, and we will see you next time.